Chapter 378. Ha! Emo Yao lowered his head and chuckled. Mr. Su, I'm afraid it's already too late for you to say this. Since this war has already started, it won't end easily until there's a winner and a loser. It's said that Mr. Hong Yu is proficient in the art of heaven. Can't you see? The world is in chaos. The people have no way of making a living. Su Hong Yu said, So Prince is also proficient in the art of heaven? Emo Yao shook his head, his gaze clear. I don't understand the art of heaven. I just want this chaotic world. No one can change it. It wasn't that the world was formed because of the art of heaven, but because of the art of heaven. This chaotic world, this chess game, no one was destined to be able to escape. Then let them stay and be buried with Li and their child. Towards this kind of Emo Yao. Even Su Hong Yu didn't know how to persuade him. Looking at Emo Yao, his gaze gradually became warmer. At least, this man truly loved Li, and Li's painstaking efforts towards him were not in vain. Looking at Emo Yao's calm expression that hid the endless pain in his eyes, Su Hong Yu even felt that the words he wanted to say to persuade him were somewhat difficult to say. Reason will always be reason. Even someone like him, who was called a great scholar, he never planned on living a life that was as proper as reason. This man needed the chaos of war and the lives of his enemies to quell the pain of losing his wife and unborn child. Just like when he heard the news about Li, his first reaction was to kill that idiot Emo Jingqi, but not as if the subject had no choice but to die if the ruler wanted. But whether it was for the Mahist army, for the Su family, for Li, or for the people of the world, he couldn't really watch this man drag the world into a sea of blood, at least not for those innocent people in themselves. Looking at Emo Yao in front of him, Su Hong Yu turned around and walked out. Just when Emo Yao thought that he had left, he returned. He placed the thick stack of files on the table beside Emo Yao. Zhuo Jing and the others behind him did the same. They carried a stack of files in their hands and placed them in front of Emo Yao before leaving silently. Ever since Li went missing, Zhuo Jing, Wei Lin, and Lin Han, who had just returned, have been searching for her along the river day and night. In the end, the three of them began to appear and disappear mysteriously like ghosts. Both Emo Yao and Feng Zhiyao knew that they had not given up. They often went out to look for them. Su Hong Yu lightly knocked on the dossier on the table and said, These were all left behind by Li. You take a look yourself. Prince, tell me your decision after you've finished reading it. I'm afraid I'll have to nag Prince for a while. Emo Yao was stunned. He looked at the familiar and beautiful handwriting at the top of the file, on the future commercial feasibility plan of the Northwest. It was just like how Li would say some novel and seemingly reasonable words from time to time. Just by looking at this line, he could roughly understand what it was trying to say. There was also a small line of words at the bottom of the file. Li had a habit of leaving a date at the bottom of the file. Emperor Jing's 12th year, October 2nd. Emo Yao's eyes flashed. Li still spent time writing these things while guarding Hangzhou. Seeing that Emo Yao was lost in thought as he looked at the file, Su Hong Yu waved at Zhuo Jing and the others and led them out. Only the occasional sound of the file being flipped could be heard in the empty room. Outside Emo Yao's temporary residence, Feng Zhiyao leaned against the wall and watched Su Hong Yu walk out of the courtyard. His handsome eyes were filled with curiosity and vigilance. Right now, Prince's state made him feel slightly uneasy. But at the same time, Su Hong Yu's arrival did not make him or the generals of the Mahist army happier. Of course, the world knew that the Su family was the smartest in the world. But the Su family had been as loyal to the Dechu state as the Ding King's mansion for many years. If Su Hong Yu had come to persuade the prince on behalf of the emperor, with the prince's present state and the relationship between the Su family and the Wang Fei, the prince might be moved by Su Hong Yu. And the generals of the Mahist army did not want to see such a situation. In these years, when the regent Emo Lufang was still alive, the imperial house had started to suppress the Mahist army. In these years, the treatment that the Mahist army and the prince had suffered made all the generals loyal to the Prince Ding mansion angry. Everyone was sad that the Wang Fei had died, but the series of orders that the prince had issued because of this caused the generals of the Mahist army to see a glimmer of hope. Su Hongyu stood outside the door and looked sideways at Feng Zhiyao, who was standing in the corner. He smiled faintly and said, "Is young Master Feng-san waiting for me?" Looking at the unsurprised Su Hongyu, Feng Zhiyao's eyes flashed slightly. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Mr. Hongyu must have had a hard journey. Why don't you rest first before I ask Mr. for advice?" Su Hongyu laughed brightly and shook his head. "This old man wants to drink a cup of tea. Would young Master Feng-san do me the honor?" Feng-san smiled faintly and said with lowered eyes, "Then I will trouble Mr. Hongyu." The two moved to the guest house prepared for Su Hongyu. Su Hongyu personally brewed a pot of good tea and poured a cup for himself and Feng Zhiyao. Then he smiled faintly and said, "This old man understands what young Master Feng-san is worried about." Feng Zhiyao raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Hongyu without speaking. Su Hongyu smiled and shook his head. He looked at Feng Zhiyao's vigilant appearance as if he was looking at a disobedient junior. He smiled and said, "The Su family, what they did 100 years ago, do you think that 100 years later no one dares to do it again?" Hearing this, Feng Zhiyao was shocked. He had no time to hide the astonishment on his face. He stared blankly at the elegant middle-aged man in front of him. He suddenly found that this great scholar who was supposed to be well-read and cultured had a sharp edge between his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered that 100 years ago, the head of the Su family had personally killed the last emperor of the previous dynasty and opened the city gates to let Emperor Taizu enter the city. Although the head of the Su family had taken his own life and followed the last emperor of the previous dynasty, he had made the world deeply understand that the Su family was never simple literati who were blindly loyal, cowardly, or had strong character. They had decisiveness and ruthlessness that even military generals didn't have. Similarly, the head of the Su family had killed the emperor and opened the city not because he was loyal to the Dechu state, but because he wanted to save the people who had suffered through the chaos of war and for the Su family, which was about to be exterminated. As expected, the youngest son of the Su family, Su Yanli, ascended to the position of prime minister at the age of 19 and became a famous prime minister. And the Su family used the blood of the head of the Su family and more than 70 relatives in exchange for the respect of the world. Su Yanli's life and the prosperity of the Su family in the following 100 or 200 years. If no one deliberately mentioned it, in almost everyone's eyes, the Su family represented a scholarly family, overflowing with talent and strong character of literati. It wasn't until now that Feng Zhiyao clearly realized that the Su family also represented blood and killing, decisiveness, and unparalleled wisdom and strategy. A family that had prospered through 2 dynasties, especially during the change of dynasties, needed wisdom, decisiveness, and ruthlessness. It was definitely not something that could be achieved by an ordinary literati who had compassion for the world. The Su family didn't like blood, but it definitely didn't mean that they were afraid of it. Su Hongyu leisurely drank tea and looked at the young man's changing expression with a smile, but didn't say anything. No family that had lasted for hundreds of years was truly merciful. Even if they seemed to be and had been working hard, it was definitely not the truth. The Su family saw it too clearly, which was why people found it hard to understand. Just like how they could fight to the death on the battlefield as literati for the sake of the country of the previous dynasty. Just like how they could retreat to Yunzhou under the suppression of the imperial family and no longer pay attention to the affairs of the court. Just like they could personally cut off the head of the monarch and completely understand a struggling dynasty. Just like how they could sacrifice almost all of their clansmen for the continuation of their family. Chapter 379. Sir Su. Feng Zhiyao drank a mouthful of tea uncomfortably. He had always thought that he was smart enough, but sitting in front of this elegant scholar, he didn't know what he should say. Or rather, he didn't understand why Su Hongyu would say this in front of him. Su Hongyu looked at him and laughed softly. "I just hope that this old man's words can calm the hearts of everyone in the Maist army. The Su family is not enemies with the Ding kingdom." Feng Zhiyao suddenly raised his head. He wasn't sure if what Su Hongyu said was what he understood. He only heard Su Hongyu continue, "But, young Master Feng-san, is this really the best preparation?" Was this the best preparation? Feng Jiao was at a loss. What preparation? The world was in chaos, and the world was fighting for supremacy. Feng Jiao's heart was slightly startled. Very quickly, his heart began to beat wildly. Because of Su Hongyu's words, it seemed that something had suddenly pierced through a layer of blurry curtain in his heart. The world was fighting for supremacy. Countless Mahist army were looking forward to the direction that the prince would lead them in. Only those who understood the Mahist army knew that the Mahist army was once the most promising army to unify the world. However, because they were feared by the successive emperors, they were restricted in all aspects. That was why the Dechu state's ambition to unify the world was never realized. Not only that, the Mahist army's ambition seemed to gradually extinguish. And now, were they really prepared to fight for supremacy? The prince, who had just lost his princess, had indeed caused the world to be in chaos with a snap of his fingers. However, that was mostly because he wanted to stir up the world and take revenge on those people that the prince hated and hated. He also wanted to be a bystander. And the prince didn't seem to have the mind to consider the future of the Mahist army. Even if they relied on the Mahist army's bravery to obtain a temporary victory in the beginning, this kind of situation couldn't be maintained for long. Also, the prince's health was an unstable factor that threatened the Mahist army at all times. The original excitement, unwillingness, and enmity towards Su Hongyu instantly disappeared without a trace. Feng Jiao couldn't help but sweat in his heart. He respectfully looked at Su Hongyu and said, "Sir, please advise. Since Sir Su traveled thousands of miles to Ruyang, you definitely wouldn't watch the prince be like this." Feng Jiao didn't finish his words, but Su Hongyu clearly understood what he wanted to express. He just smiled faintly. The prince just couldn't understand it now. Feng Jiao smiled bitterly. Prince has been like this for several months. It's all Feng San's fault for being muddle-headed for a moment and not thinking. Many thanks for Sir Su's guidance. Su Hongyu smiled faintly, looking up at the first star rising in the gradually darkening sky. His gaze was distant. The Mahist army has its own selfish motives. The Su family also has its own selfish motives. The Su family also has its own selfish motives. That one in Chujing. Su Hongyu shook his head, not saying more. The Su family had never been blindly loyal, not only for the people of the world and Li-Er, but also for the continuation of the Su family's 100 years of inheritance. The Su family wouldn't support Mo Jingqi. Mo Shuyao stayed alone in the room for 2 days, not seeing anyone. On the third day, he invited Su Hongyu in for a secret discussion. Other than the two people involved, no one knew what they talked about. 3 days later, Su Hongyu secretly set off to return to Yunzhou. On the second day, after Su Hongyu left, Mo Shuyao walked out of the room again. Seeing the man slowly walk out of the room, Feng Jiao inwardly sighed in relief. The Mo Shuyao in front of him was still haggard and pale, even paler than before. His eyes were still cold and ruthless, but there was no longer that frightening danger. Feng Jiao knew that the prince had finally truly calmed down. After calming down, Mo Shuyao picked up the tasks he had thrown to his subordinates in the past few months. He methodically ordered the various government orders and the deployment of troops. In the world of war, the originally lifeless northwest region gradually regained its vitality and vitality. Subordinate Qin Feng greets Prince. Qin Feng stood in front of Mo Shuyao, a faint scar appearing on his young face. His entire temperament had also undergone an earth-shattering change from a few months ago. If in the past Qin Feng was a sword hidden in its scabbard, now he was a sharp blade waiting to strike at any time. In the past few months, Qin Feng and his Qi Lin had left traces in every place on the northwest border. At the beginning, they had intercepted the 300,000 troops of Shilin according to the Queen's orders and burned the Shilin provisions. After the news that the Queen had fallen off the cliff, Qin Feng and Qi Lin started to fight independently and madly retaliated against the Shilin troops on the border. In the short span of 3 months, the Shilin troops had changed commanders 3 times, and the barracks had been set on fire twice. Even the Emperor of Shiling's Imperial Palace and Jinan Palace thousands of miles away were not spared. While there were no major losses, the Emperor of Xiling and Jinnan Palace were in disarray. At the same time, the high intensity and various battles had transformed all the Qi Lin into real battle-hardened elite soldiers. Now at the border of Xiling, the name Qi Lin was even more powerful than the Mahist army and the Black Cloud cavalry. Mo Xiuyao sized up Qin Feng for a moment and said, "I know about your performance these days. Are there any injuries?" Qin Feng was silent for a moment and said, "Thank you for your concern, Prince. 3 of my brothers died in battle, and 5 were seriously injured." Mo Xiuyao asked, "Do you know why I summoned you back?" "I don't know." Qin Feng's tone was a bit stiff. They had planned to all go to the Emperor of Shiling's city to avenge the queen, but the prince had sent someone to order him to leave immediately and go back on his word at Riyang. Not only was he unwilling to do so, but all of his brothers were unwilling as well. Almost all of them had been taught by the queen. If they could not avenge the queen's death at the hands of Jinan of Gojoseon, how could they face the queen? Mo Xiuyao took a file and put it on the table. He said, "Enchanting is not so easy to kill. Even if you want to kill him, how many lives do you plan to sacrifice?" Qin Feng said loudly, "Even if everyone in Qi Lin dies in battle, we will avenge the queen." Mo Xiuyao pointed at the file in his hand and said, "Take it back and read it. Come see how when you understand." Qin Feng reached out and took it. He lowered his head and looked at the familiar handwriting on the file. Even if he was an iron-blooded man, his eyes couldn't help but heat up. He raised his head and said, "Reporting to Wang Ye, Wang Fei showed this to me. I originally planned to wait until the war in the northwest subsided before executing." Mo Xiuyao looked at him. "Then, can you do it?" Qin Feng was silent for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Yes. This subordinate will not disappoint Wang Yi and Wang Fei's expectations." Mo Xiuyao nodded. "Very good. I will leave all of this to you. I will only give you 1 year. I want Qi Lin's name to be known all over the world." "Yes, my lord." Mo Xiuyao waved his hand and said, "Go. If you need anything, go find Feng San and Zhuo Jing." "Yes, my lord. I will take my leave." "All right." Before Qin Feng could leave, he heard Mo Xiuyao's voice behind him. "Go find Mo Hua. He has someone for you. Mo Hua knows what to do." Qin Feng nodded silently. After returning, he had already met Zhuo Jing and Lin Han. Naturally, he knew who Mo Xiuyao was referring to. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not know whether he was happy that the woman was still alive or despised Mo Hua for not being able to kill a woman. Chapter 380. Young Master Han. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw Han Mingyue walking quickly towards him. Qin Feng frowned and nodded in greeting. Because of Yi Li, almost everyone around Yi Li didn't like Han Mingyue. Even when Yi Li was still around, their relationship with Han Mingyue was still considered peaceful. Han Mingyue looked at Qin Feng, who had changed a lot, and a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. She nodded and asked, "Is the prince here?" Qin Feng nodded and said, "This one still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Seeing the back of his figure leave without stopping, Han Mingyue was startled and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the past few months, he hadn't been very well received in Riyang City. Although Mo Xiuyao didn't chase him away, the people below him clearly didn't welcome him. If it wasn't for Han Mingxi's face, Zhuo Jing and the others would have already thrown him out. Han Mingyue had never thought that there would be a day when he would have to rely on the face of the little brother he had raised since he was young. But he couldn't leave this place. He didn't know what Mo Xiuyao was thinking. He clearly hated Drunken Butterfly to the core, but he still didn't kill her. Han Mingyue could even tell that although Mo Xiuyao had ordered people to torture Drunken Butterfly, he didn't order them to kill her. He even allowed him to visit Drunken Butterfly every few days. It was because of this that he couldn't harden his heart and leave. Sometimes he even wondered if it would have been better if Mo Xiuyao had directly ordered people to kill Drunken Butterfly. Xiuyao. Stepping into the study, he saw Mo Xiuyao sitting behind the desk, lost in thought. Coming back to his senses, Mo Xiuyao looked at him with a calm expression. "What is it? What exactly are you planning to do with Drunk Butterfly?" Han Mingyue could not help but ask. He had already heard from Mo Hua that Drunk Butterfly would be handed over to Qin Feng today. He did not know what Qin Feng could do, but his instincts told him that Drunk Butterfly's situation would be even worse. Mo Shuyao smiled, looked up at him, and asked, "Does Su Zudi think that I still have feelings for her?" Han Mingyue remained silent. Drunken Butterfly had not suffered much in the past few months, at least compared to Mo Shuyao's ruthless attitude back at the cliff. It was a far cry. Mo Shuyao even sent people to treat her hand. Therefore, Su Zudi also believed that Mo Shuyao really couldn't bear to part with her. The reason why he still locked her up and made her suffer was because he was still angry and wanted to put on a show for others to see. But Han Mingyue knew that all of this was just Su Zudi's wishful thinking. Since the moment Su Zudi turned and left many years ago, she had forever lost the ability to affect Mo Shuyao, or rather, she had never had the ability to do so. And now, when Su Zudi was mentioned, the viciousness in Mo Shuyao's eyes was even more shocking. "Don't worry, she won't die. At least, she won't die before October this year." Han Mingyue was shocked. You plan to? Mo Shuyao said calmly. "That's exactly what you're thinking. If there is no news of Li Li before October this year, I plan to use her blood as a sacrifice to the mountain, on the mountain where Li fell off the cliff. Next year, it will be Lei Jinting's turn. What do you think of this idea? Every year, there will be one person, all those who hurt Li Li and her child, until he returns. Or until the world is completely dyed red." "But," Han Mingyue said with difficulty, "Princess Ding is already dead." In the study, looking at Mo Xiaoyao's calm and unperturbed eyes, Han Mingyue felt that there were countless things she wanted to say, but she couldn't spit them out. Mo Xiaoyao never planned to let Su Zudi go. He already knew. If he was in Mo Xiaoyao's position, he would have already torn Su Zudi to pieces, but he wasn't Mo Xiaoyao after all. The woman he fell in love with wasn't called Yi Li, so he was destined to be unable to watch Su Zudi suffer. However, he no longer had any bargaining chips to make Mo Xiaoyao change his mind. He even suspected that there was nothing that could make Mo Xiaoyao change his mind, unless Yi Li came back from the dead. Mo Xiaoyao no longer paid any attention to Han Mingyue, who was standing on the side thinking about something. The reason why he hadn't expelled Han Mingyue for so long and allowed him to stay in Riyang City and even live in the residence was only because Han Mingyue had helped Li Li at the edge of the cliff. But this didn't mean that he would make any concessions to him because of this. He lowered his head to look at the various files on the table. The beautiful handwriting on them added a trace of gentleness to his eyes. The contents of the files were enough to amaze the world. Even he himself had never known that his wife had so many wonderful ideas, so many grand ideas. Ever since she knew that Mo Jingqi and Nanzhao had secretly reached an agreement in Xiling, Li had already clearly seen that the day when the Mahist army and the imperial court would break off relations was coming. So she did everything she could to guard the entire Northwest. And during this time, she painstakingly thought about the survival and development of the hundreds of thousands of Mahist army in the relatively barren Northwest. If Li Li wasn't a woman, Mo Shuyao believed that she definitely had the qualifications to become a famous minister of a generation that would be more famous than her ancestors. But now, he was gently stroking the files in his hands. Mo Shuyao's eyes were filled with tenderness and love. "Li Li, I definitely won't let your painstaking efforts go to waste. Even if you're not by Ai's side, I will let your name and I be famous for generations to come and be admired by the world. Of course, before that, you'll have to watch how I tear the world apart and change the color of the mountains and rivers. No matter how chaotic the world is, there will always be a few places that are isolated from the rest of the world and will always be peaceful and quiet." Yi Li struggled to open her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a light green coarse cloth on top of the bed and a curtain that was hung up separately. Looking down, she saw that her body was covered with a coarse cloth quilt of the same color. The numbness on her body made her want to get up to move her body slightly. She stroked her abdomen with one hand. Her protruding abdomen with the occasional beat filled her heart with joy. No matter where she was now, at least, she had thought that she would die, but now not only was she alive, even the baby was still there. Just this point alone was enough for Yi Li to put aside all her hatred and be grateful. As long as she was still alive, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. Gently biting the corner of her lips, Yi Li pushed her worries to the bottom of her heart. She tried to prop herself up and sit up. "Oh, you're finally awake." At the door, a middle-aged woman wearing a floral cloth came in with something. Seeing the person on the bed struggling to get up, she smiled happily. She quickly put the fragrant porridge on the table in the room and helped Yi Li up. Yi Li thanked her softly. Using the woman's hand, she sat up and leaned against the bedpost. She said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." "It was sister-in-law who saved me? How should I address you?" The middle-aged woman smiled kindly and said, "My husband's surname is Lin. You can just call me sister-in-law of the Lin family." "Poor child, you've been in a coma for more than 4 months. When you were rescued, you were more than a month pregnant. Fortunately, this child looks very lucky and has been well all this time. I think little sister is also very lucky. What's that saying again? Great disaster. If one survives a great disaster, there will be good fortune later." Chapter 381. Yi Li smiled and stroked her protruding belly. "Thank you for your kind words, sister-in-law Lin. My surname is Chu. You can call me Junwei." Mrs. Lin looked at Yi Li and saw that she only mentioned her surname. She thought that a 16 or 17-year-old girl was rescued in a place like this while pregnant. There must be something that was hard to say. Her simple face showed some relief and sympathy. She patted Yi Li's hand and said, "Everything will be fine. Don't think too much. Take good care of your body. Your child is more important." Yi Li nodded and took the porridge that Mrs. Lin handed over. She slowly put it into her mouth. Although she had been unconscious for a few months and felt weak all over, even the hand holding the spoon was slightly trembling. With her extraordinary endurance, she didn't appear to be in too much of a sorry state. Mrs. Lin watched her eat the porridge while sitting next to her and chatting with her. It turned out that this Mrs. Lin in front of her was not the person who saved her. The person who saved her was the only old doctor in the village. It was just that the old doctor didn't have any relatives at home. It wasn't convenient for him to take care of a woman, so he asked Mrs. Lin to help take care of her. Speaking of this, Yi Li hurriedly wanted to greet the old doctor who saved her. Mrs. Lin hurriedly stopped her and said, "Uncle Lin went up the mountain to pick herbs. He won't be back until later. Mrs. Lin knows that you look like a well-educated girl, but there aren't so many rules in this place. You should take good care of yourself and don't waste Uncle Lin's painstaking efforts." Yi Li nodded and thanked Mrs. Lin. Then she changed the topic and said something else. When Mrs. Lin put away the things and left, Yi Li had a general understanding of this place. Although she didn't know the specific location, it should be an isolated village not far from the place where she fell off the cliff. She was found by a small river when Dr. Lin went into the mountain to pick herbs. But it was strange that after so long, the Mahist army and shadow guards still hadn't found her. In the evening, Yi Li sat outside the house by the herb garden and looked at the sunset in a daze. The village wasn't big. There were only a dozen or so families in total. The small village was built on the side of the mountain. There were no rules, and they were scattered at the foot of the mountain. Every house looked very old and small. Obviously, the people here did not advocate luxury and enjoyment. Occasionally, young men, young women, and women would pass by the house and smile kindly at her as she sat by the herb garden. This is a quiet and simple village, Yi Li thought silently as she looked at the setting sun on the horizon. Under the setting sun, a white-haired old man strolled over with a medicine basket on his back. When he saw Yi Li sitting at the edge of the medicine garden, he raised his white eyebrows and said, "You're awake. It seems like you're really lucky. This old man thought that you would need at least a month to wake up." Yi Li stood up and respectfully bowed to the old man. She said, "Junwei thanks Dr. Lin for saving my life." The old man looked at her with interest. Young lady of a noble family? It was rare to see a young lady with such a good life. "Girl, what is your surname?" Although lying to her savior was not very good, Yi Li did not want to take the risk. she said in a low voice. Chu Junwei. The old man looked at her. After a while, he stroked his beard and nodded. Chu Junwei, a good name. It suits a girl like you. However, this old man remembers that there is no noble family with the surname Chu in the Chu state. Looking at you, girl, you don't seem like someone raised by an ordinary family. Yili smiled apologetically. She said, Dr. Lin is too kind. Junwei, her family was born in Yunzhou. Speaking of which, she is related to Yunzhou's Su family. As she spoke, Yili calmly observed the old man's expression. She saw the old man knit his brows and nod. He said, Yunzhou's Su family? That makes sense. Forget it. This old man doesn't care which family you are from. Since this old man saved you, it can be considered fate. Rest at ease and recuperate. Yili lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, Thank you, Dr. Lin. Looking at the old man's expression, it did not seem like he was acting. The news of her falling off the cliff could not be hidden. It must have spread throughout the Dechu state by now. She had deliberately mentioned Yunzhou's Su family. As long as someone had some understanding of the family, they would at least make some connections. However, the old man's expression did not change in the slightest. Unless he was so good at acting that there were no flaws, or he did not know that Princess Ding had fallen off the cliff. Yi Li concluded that it was the latter. When she fell off the cliff, she had thrown her last dagger at Genom of Gojoseon. Even her clothes were the most ordinary and unremarkable. There was nothing on her body that could prove her identity. Unless it was someone who knew her, it would be impossible for them to recognize her from the very beginning. Although she felt somewhat apologetic for lying to the old man, Yi Li knew that she had to be careful. She could not allow herself to fall into the enemy's hands and become a bargaining chip to threaten Mo Shuyao. Thinking of Mo Shuyao, Yi Li felt like her heart was being tugged at. There was a slight pain in her heart. It seemed that they had spent the entire last year in constant parting. Knowing the news of her death, thinking of Mo Shuyao's body, Yi Li's frown deepened. Why aren't you coming in? Do you want to stay out in the rain? Can't you see that it's about to rain? The old man's impolite voice came from inside the room. Yi Li raised her head. Sure enough, the setting sun was covered by dark clouds. It looked like it was about to rain. Yi Li smiled faintly and turned to enter the room. During dinner, Yi Li volunteered to make 2 simple dishes. Dr. Lin seemed to be very satisfied. He looked at Yi Li and said, At least I didn't pick up a useless piece of trash. Yi Li couldn't help but have black lines appear on her face. Dr. Lin had already sat down at the simple table and started eating. While eating, Dr. Lin seemed to remember to ask about Yi Li. Where are you from? Yi Li thought for a moment, but still answered honestly, Hangzhou. Dr. Lin frowned and asked, Hangzhou? Where is that? Yi Li was surprised. She didn't expect him to ask such a question. Hangzhou was the #1 city in the northwest. Being born near the northwest, even if he hadn't heard of the Su family, he should know where Hangzhou was. Dr. Lin frowned and said, I haven't been out for too long. The names of many places have probably changed. Yi Li's heart skipped a beat. Hangzhou's original name really wasn't Hangzhou. At least 50 years ago, Hangzhou was attached to Ruyang and was called Biyang. More than 50 years ago, Hangzhou was officially included in the northwest. It was only when it became a province of its own that it changed its name to Hangzhou. After thinking for a moment, Yi Li said, There's another name. It seems to be called Biyang. Biyang? Dr. Lin's chopsticks paused for a moment. He asked in confusion, How did a girl like you come here from Biyang? Yi Li looked at him in confusion. Dr. Lin said, Although I haven't left here for a long time, I still know that with your speed, it would take you at least 2 months to come here from Biyang. 2 months? Where is this place? Yi Li didn't believe it. According to Aunt Lin, they picked her up on the morning of the 3rd day after she fell off the cliff. How could she run so far? Even if she floated with the river, it wouldn't be that fast. Thinking of this, Yi Li paused. She wasn't too familiar with the river she fell from, but she wasn't completely unfamiliar with it either. According to history, if she fell into the water and was directly washed downstream, then she would at most be washed to a lake more than 100 li away from Hangzhou. She wouldn't have mysteriously appeared by a small river in the mountains. Lowering her head and recalling the mountains and rivers around Hangzhou in her memory, Yili asked with uncertainty, "This place is in the mountains to the north of Hangzhou." Dr. Lin gave her a look of praise and said, "This place is at least 700 to 800 li away from Hangzhou. Most importantly, it's all rugged mountain roads, not to mention the wild beasts, poisonous snakes, and insects along the way. Not to mention you. Even a normal young man wouldn't dare to go out easily." Chapter 382. Hearing this, Yili was completely helpless. She frowned and said, "Then how do I go back?" Dr. Lin rolled his eyes and said, "How would I know? This old man saved you. Do you think I have to be responsible for sending you home? First, after you give birth to the child, take care of your body and see if anyone is willing to send you back. But I don't think so. Second, settle down in the village and live a good life after you marry someone. Forget about the past. Don't worry, the young men in this village are all pretty good. They won't dislike you because you've been married before. Do you want this old man to act as a matchmaker for you?" Yili directly rolled her eyes at him. Although they had only known each other for less than a day, she could tell that this old man was a strange old man who didn't act like an old man. She calculated in her heart. It would take at least 4 more months for her to give birth to the child. In addition, after the child was born, she still needed to take care of it for a period of time before she could leave. In other words, she would need at least 6 months before she could leave. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown. But at this time, there was nothing she could do. She could only hope that Hangzhou and Immerse were safe and sound. At the very least, she still wanted the baby to be alive, right? Yili lowered her head and gently stroked the baby, who would occasionally move. She faintly smiled. "Humph, are you thinking about that heartless lover of yours?" Dr. Lin snorted and squinted his eyes at her gentle and smiling expression. Yili helplessly smiled and said, "He's the father of my child, my husband, and he's very good to me." "If he's very good, will you appear here?" Dr. Lin snorted disdainfully. At a glance, he could tell that this girl came from a scholarly and wealthy family. If she was very good, she should have been raised in a boudoir and lived a life of luxury. Which noble family's daughter would wander to this place? At the very least, this was the first time this old man had seen someone like this in his 60 years of life. Yili faintly smiled and didn't refute his words. "Shuyao, I'll take the baby back very soon." Staying in this isolated and quiet village, Yili's health improved day by day under Dr. Lin's care. Yili was surprised that such a skilled doctor like Dr. Lin could be found in such an isolated mountain village. Including a famous doctor like Xin Yang, Yili had seen many skilled doctors. But even so, this unknown Dr. Lin's medical skills could be said to be one of the best. Yili had seen with her own eyes how he helped a young man from the village who had broken his leg while hunting in the mountains. Originally, Yili thought that the young man would at least be crippled, but after a month, he was able to walk on his own. Although there were still some inconveniences, she could see that the young man would be able to walk as if he was flying after resting for 2 or 3 months. Sensing Yi Li's surprised gaze, Dr. Lin looked at her proudly and said, "How can an ordinary person like you understand my medical skills?" The corner of Yi Li's mouth twitched. She lowered her head and saw that she was immersed in a large number of medical books that Dr. Lin had thrown over. Now, the child was already more than 7 months old. After nursing her for more than a month, Dr. Lin looked at her from the corner of his eyes, as usual. He stared at her bulging abdomen and snorted, "This boy is very lucky. In the future, he will be a headache." Hearing this, Yili gently stroked her abdomen and smiled. He accompanied her to fall from the cliff and lie down for 4 months. Wasn't he very lucky? While reading the medical books, she watched Dr. Lin busily arrange the herbs he had brought back from the mountains outside the house. Yili asked curiously, "Dr. Lin, you are different from the people in this village." Dr. Lin's hands paused for a moment before he quickly resumed his work. He didn't even raise his head as he said, "Are you the same as them?" Yili smiled and said, "Then, Dr. Lin, are you admitting that you came from outside like me?" Dr. Lin was different from the people in this village. Yili had noticed it when he woke up 2 days ago. The people in this small village respected this old doctor. It was not only because of his excellent medical skills, but also because of his profound knowledge that was different from the people in this village. No matter what era it was, the common people would always have extra respect for scholars. Dr. Lin's home also had a special study room. It was neatly filled with all kinds of books. Yili casually picked up 2 books and found that one of them was an ancient book that had been lost in the previous dynasty. It was very strange for such a person to appear in this small village where almost no one was literate. Moreover, it was said that he had lived here for decades. Dr. Lin stood up and patted his hands. He looked at Yi Li and said, "This old man can also see that you are not an ordinary girl from a noble family. These days, you must have inquired about me in the village, right?" Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled faintly. She did not deny it. These days, she had indeed inquired about Dr. Lin. However, there was nothing special. Dr. Lin had moved to this village 30 years ago. It was said that his surname was Lin. However, because most of the people in this village had the surname Lin, Yi Li felt that this rumor might not be true. It was said that at that time, he had an infant named Lin Yuan who was still in swaddling clothes. However, 11 or 12 years ago, Lin Yuan left the village and never came back. Dr. Lin didn't look for him either. After so many years, many people gradually forgot that there was such a person in the world. "Dr. Lin, have you not planned to leave this place?" Yi Li asked. Dr. Lin's eyes were somewhat dim. After a while, he said, "This old man is already so old. Where else can I go? It would be better for me to stay here and treat the villagers. In the future, when I die, they can bury me or something." Feeling the sadness in the old man's eyes, Yi Li thought for a moment. "Dr. Lin, have you not thought of looking for your son? Perhaps I can be of some help." Dr. Lin snorted coldly. "He won't come back. Moreover, he is not my son." Yi Li raised her eyebrows. She decided to end the conversation here. Dr. Lin was clearly not a person who liked to cultivate. His temper was not very good. After confirming that Dr. Lin said that she would not be able to leave this remote village for the time being, Yi Li felt at ease and decided to stay here. 10 days after she woke up, a small wooden house was built next to Dr. Lin's house. Then she moved in. Usually, Yi Li would walk around the village and chat with the villagers. Sometimes she would help Dr. Lin with some trivial chores. After meals, she would put a room full of books in Dr. Lin's house. Gradually, Yi Li's room was filled with books. Regarding the matter of Yi Li taking away his ancient books, Dr. Lin did not express anything. No one in this village could read or write. Ever since the child he raised left this place 11 years ago, those books were just left there, and no one would look at them again. For the rest of the time, Yi Li used a simple hairpin that she always carried with her to exchange for some soft cloth with a girl in the village who knew how to weave cloth. In a few months, the child would be born. She had to prepare clothes for the child. Looking at the simple and somewhat rough cloth in her hand, Yi Li felt a slight bitterness in her heart. If it wasn't here, the child would definitely eat and use the best things when he was born. But now, looking up at the setting sun outside the house, Yi Li sighed softly. The outside world was probably in a state of war. At least it was much safer here, wasn't it? Chapter 383. While sewing clothes for the baby, Yi Li also sewed a set of clothes for Dr. Lin. Although the old man didn't show anything on his face, he didn't mock Yi Li as much as before. From time to time, he would throw 1 or 2 books that Yi Li had only heard of but had long been lost. Yi Li looked at the ancient books that Dr. Lin threw to her as if they were worthless trash, and her lips curved into a faint smile. She knew that this eccentric old man was gradually accepting her existence. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that there were so many people outside that she was worried about, living in this small village for the rest of her life would also be a good choice. Sister Chu, are you there?" Just as she was thinking, a young man's voice came from outside the house. Yi Li sighed helplessly. No matter where in this world, there would always be 1 or 2 people who would make people speechless. She supported herself on the table and stood up. The person outside the house had already walked in. It was a tall young man with a pheasant in his hand. When he saw Yi Li, he quickly went up to her and said with a smile, "Sister Chu, I went up the mountain to hunt a pheasant. Let me give it to you to nourish your body." Yi Li sighed helplessly in her heart. She raised her head and smiled at the young man. "Brother Lin, thank you for your kindness. But I don't eat much meat, so you should take it back and give it to uncle and aunt to nourish their bodies." The young man frowned and disagreed. "How can that be? Even if you don't eat, the child still needs nourishment. My mother asked me to give it to you." Speaking up to here, the young man's simple face had a touch of red, and he looked at her eagerly. Looking at the young man in front of her, Yi Li couldn't help but want to touch her forehead. In fact, there were also disadvantages in being too simple and honest, right? If it was in other places, a woman like her who lived alone and was pregnant would be a taboo. But in this small village, ever since she could walk around outside, Dr. Lin told her that there were already 2 families who came to her door and hinted that they wanted to marry her. They also didn't care that she was pregnant, although she had already explained several times that she came here because of an accident and that she would leave after the child was born and recovered. However, it was obvious that not many people believed her. After all, in their eyes, it was dangerous to leave this place. Even a strong man would not dare to go out easily, let alone a weak woman with a child like her. "Big Brother Lin, thank you for your kindness. But my husband and I love each other. He must be waiting for me at home. So, as long as the child is born, no matter what, I must bring the child back to see him. So, Big Brother Lin, you really don't have to worry so much about me." Originally, Yi Li really didn't want to be so straightforward. However, this person would send some wild game food to her house every 2 to 3 days. In the end, every time she went out, the villagers would drag her to talk about these things with an ambiguous expression. It really annoyed Yi Li. Most importantly, there were some things that needed to be resolved decisively. Procrastinating was not a good thing. The young man's face turned even redder. He was a little depressed and a little flustered as he said, "I know. Dr. Lin said that you were a young miss from a rich family. I don't deserve you. Then, I got this on the mountain. You can keep it. In the end, it seemed that he didn't know what to say. The young man threw down the pheasant and hurriedly threw it out. Yi Li looked at the door. She lowered her head and held her round belly with a wry smile. "You little girl, that kid is the best young man in our village." At some point in time, Dr. Lin had walked in from outside. He looked at the wild game on the table and said with understanding. Yi Li helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "Dr. Lin, why are you teasing me like this? It's not like you don't know that I must leave here." Dr. Lin sat down and sighed. "I know. I can tell at first glance that you are not an ordinary person. This small mountain village can't hold you. You were just like that kid in the past. He didn't have the slightest bit of heart. After so many years, he still didn't come back to visit." Seeing the old man frown and complain, Yi Li faintly smiled. In her heart, she thought that if she had the chance in the future, she would help the old man find this Lin Yuan. Dr. Lin looked at her with some regret and said, "This old man is not young anymore. Originally, I saw that you were smart and had good perception, so I wanted to pass on my medical skills to someone. This village, in the future, there will be a doctor to look after it. Dr. Lin, why don't you pick someone in this village to inherit your skills?" Yi Li asked curiously. Dr. Lin had lived in this village for 30 years. It was reasonable to say that if he wanted to find someone to inherit his skills, he should have found someone long ago. Dr. Lin lightly snorted and said, "There is no one in this village who is literate. It is said that their ancestors set a rule that they are not allowed to read and they are not allowed to leave the village. If they are illiterate, what can I teach them? At most, they will be a third-rate doctor." Yi Li smiled and said, "It is quite a pity. If Dr. Lin doesn't mind, then teach Junwei. But I don't know how much he will be able to learn in these few months." Dr. Lin looked her up and down. When he got up to leave, he said, "First, memorize the book I gave you yesterday." Looking at the old man's back, Yi Li faintly smiled and said, "Yes, master." At the beginning of April, King Li and Nanzhao, who were fighting with the Dechu state in the south, withdrew their troops. The originally fierce battle showed signs of easing. Once King Li and Nanzhao stopped fighting, the south of the Chu state would only have Shilin Lei Tingfeng's hundreds of thousands of troops and horses. No matter how strong Shiling's troops were, they were still far from the mainland. The Chu state was vast and rich in resources. In the middle, there were hundreds of thousands of Mahist army eyeing them covetously. Lei Tingfeng also gradually stopped advancing. Although the north and the northern tribes had some friction, they had both won and lost. No one had gained any advantage, so they were in a deadlock. Regarding this, whether it was Feng Zhiyao or the other people in Riyang City, they were all deeply worried. Once the Chu state stopped fighting with the other countries, it was entirely possible that they would come to an agreement and unite the various powers to deal with them. In response, Mo Shuyao only smiled and said nothing. Prince, Mo Jingqi must have already reached an agreement with Mo Jingli. Once Xiling and the northern tribes also stop fighting, Mo Jingqi may very well turn around to deal with us. In the study, Feng Zhiyao said worriedly. Mo Shuyao smiled faintly and said, Feng San, the Mahist army has always been a great threat to the nobles of the other countries. Even now, it is still the same. So, even if they all join forces to deal with I will not find it strange. Feng Zhiyao frowned and said, Does Prince already have a countermeasure? Mo Shuyao gently stroked the scroll in his hand and said with lowered eyes, Countermeasure. Feng San, what the Mahist army needs right now is not a countermeasure, but a victory. Feng Zhiyao looked at the overbearing king in front of him and said doubtfully, A victory? With a cold smile, Mo Shuyao nodded and said, That's right, after so many years, the Mahist army's invincible reputation has long been covered in dust. I want Mo Jingqi to make the first move. Let's use him as a practice. Let the world know that the Mahist army is still the same Mahist army. Feng Zhiyao was a bit doubtful. He rubbed his forehead and said, If the four countries attack us at the same time, Prince, no matter how brave the Mahist army is, they will not be able to withstand an endless stream of enemies. Mo Shuyao narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Zhiyao. After a while, he let out a low laugh. Seeing Feng Zhiyao's doubtful expression, Mo Shuyao laughed and said, Feng San, you call yourself smart, but you are a complete mess when it comes to politics. Do you think there will be a time when the four countries attack us at the same time? Feng Zhiyao furrowed his brows in deep thought. Mo Shuyao carelessly rubbed his fingertips and said lightly, In this world, there are no eternal enemies and no eternal friends. The only thing that is truly eternal is each person's own benefit. If the Mahist army is gone, who will benefit the most? The Mahist army today still has more than 500,000 people. If they want to truly destroy will 500,000 be enough? Who will put in more effort, and who will put in less effort? In themselves, there are the tribal disputes in Nanzhao. The small countries in Xiling are in turmoil, and the northern tribes are suffering from drought and lack of harvest. There is also the Chu state, Mo Jingqi and Mo Jingli. Do you think they will sincerely ally together? Chapter 384. Hearing Mo Shuyao's words, Feng Zhiyao felt his heart suddenly become clear. He smiled with some shame and said, I'm thinking too much. Prince probably already has an idea. Then, the Mahist army will be on high alert and wait for the enemy to come. However, this subordinate thinks that it's best not to face Mo Jingqi's people from the start. Mo Shuyao looked at him with raised eyebrows. Feng Zhiyao said, Mo Jingqi is wantonly slandering Prince. If we face Mo Jingqi from the start, I'm afraid that Prince will be accused of plotting a rebellion. Mo Shuyao gave a light snort and clearly didn't care. He only asked, What is the reaction of the Mahist army's soldiers? The Mahist army has been suppressed by Mo Jingqi all these years. They are very clear about this matter. Naturally, they will follow Prince's orders. Feng Zhiyao felt a bit helpless. He really didn't understand why Prince didn't even consider refuting the dirty water that Mo Jingqi had poured on him. Even he was clear about the importance of the people's hearts, but Prince didn't seem to care about this problem at all. As if he saw through Feng Zhiyao's thoughts, Mo Shuyao said lightly, No matter how you argue, the Maoist army is gradually leaving the Chu state. No matter how much you say, in the eyes of many people, you're just trying to cover it up. Mo Jingqi likes to play, so I will play with him. He has been spoiled by the late emperor and empress dowager. The world of those who win the hearts of the people. Does he think it's that easy to win the hearts of the people? Don't worry about Mo Jingqi. Send a message to Han Mingxi and ask him to come back to CI. Also, tell Leng Haoyu to come back as soon as possible. I have something to tell them. Feng Jiao nodded in agreement. When Leng Haoyu was mentioned, Feng Jiao hesitated for a moment before asking, Prince, do you think General Murong should? Murong Shun was also considered a famous general of the Chu state and had once followed Mo Lufeng. Now, Murong Shun's only daughter was the wife of Leng Haoyu, one of Mo Xiuyao's most trusted men. So it was natural to draw Murong Shun to his side. Mo Xiuyao pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, not for now. General Murong is definitely Mo Jingqi's first suspect, and he is definitely surrounded by spies. As long as Mo Jingqi doesn't do anything to General Murong, there's no need to alert him for the time being. The South also needs a reliable general to guard it. Although I don't like Mo Jingqi, I don't want those southern barbarians to set foot inside the Great Pass. Hearing Mo Xiuyao's words, Feng Jiao knew what to do. Mo Xiuyao obviously had confidence in Murong Shun, but now he still needed Murong Shun to stay in the south. Tilting his head and thinking, Feng Jiao also understood Mo Xiuyao's idea. If talking about the surrounding countries, which one did Feng Jiao hate the most, he would definitely choose Nanzhao. Different from the valiant Xiling and northern tribes, the Nanzhao tribes had different fierce customs, but they were definitely the most xenophobic of all the countries. And those messy and dazzling poisonous insects and ants. Feng Jiao really didn't want to imagine what would happen if they turned the beautiful and rich Central Plains into a place full of poisonous insects and snakes. I understand. I'll do it immediately. Mo Xiuyao nodded and asked Feng Jiao to leave. Feng Jiao cupped his hands and left. Looking at Mo Xiuyao, who was sitting behind the desk and lost in thought, he moved his lips and wanted to say something. But in the end, he swallowed his words and quietly left the study. Yili walked back with a basket of wild vegetables in the sunset. Her beautiful face was a healthy red in the sun, and small beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Although she was already well, it was still a bit difficult for her to go up the mountain while being more than 7 months pregnant. Taking advantage of the good weather today, she went to the small river where Dr. Lin found her. The winding but rapidly flowing river was obviously not the same as the one she fell from. It was not even a branch of the river. At the end of the river was a waterfall falling from a high place, but Yili knew that she definitely didn't fall from the waterfall. That waterfall was at least 20 meters high, and there was also the shallow river below. Even if the gravity of the fall didn't kill her, it would definitely be enough to kill her. So it was very likely that there was an underground river below the waterfall, and she might have been washed out from there. Unfortunately, looking at the rapidness of the water, even if her guess was correct, it was not a suitable way to go back. Furthermore, she was pregnant, so it was even more impossible. Helplessly giving up on the idea of going in to investigate, Yili gathered some wild vegetables and fruits that she could use before strolling back to the small village she had lived in for several months. Dr. Lin and Yili's hut was at the outermost edge of the small village. At this time, it was already time for smoke to rise from the chimneys of the houses. In the small village, there was not a single person to be seen. From afar, Yili saw that there was no smoke coming from Dr. Lin's hut. She raised her eyebrows in confusion. Master hasn't returned yet? Didn't he say that he wouldn't go out today? Slowly walking into 2 small wooden huts not far from each other, Yili's beautiful eyebrows gradually furrowed. There were people in Dr. Lin's hut, and there was more than one. Normally, there wouldn't be anyone in the village at this time of the year, and from the sounds, it seemed like they were trained. Putting down the basket, Yili carefully held her belly and walked to the back of Dr. Lin's hut. Near the study, there was a small window. Although Dr. Lin didn't like to read those books, he cherished them very much and often opened the window to let in some fresh air. As she approached the opened window, she heard the sounds from inside become clearer. It was obvious that these people were in the study. Yili carefully held her breath and walked to the window. Through the gap, she looked inside. Dr. Lin sat on an old chair with a cold face. There were two men standing in the study. One of them was talking to Dr. Lin, while the other was rummaging through the rows of bookshelves, looking for something. The books on the bookshelves were all messed up and scattered all over the floor. "Old Mr. Lin, we don't want to hurt you. Please take out the thing. It's useless for you to keep it. Why don't you teach it to us and save us some trouble?" The middle-aged man standing in front of Dr. Lin said with a calm smile. It was obvious that he didn't want to be rough with Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin's eyelids twitched, and he indifferently said, "This old man doesn't know what you're talking about." The middle-aged man didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "Dr. Lin, why are you playing dumb? You should know that since we've found this place, we won't be fooled by you. You've already lived here for 30 years. I'm sure you want to continue enjoying your old age. That thing is just a pile of waste paper to you, but it's extremely important to me. Seeing that you and I have a good relationship, why don't you help him?" Hearing this, Dr. Lin's face slightly changed. The corner of his lips trembled. It was obvious that his mood was somewhat disturbed. After a long time, he coldly snorted and said, "What do you mean by this old man, don't understand? I don't know what you're talking about either." The middle-aged man frowned. He looked at Dr. Lin with displeasure and said, "Old Mr. Lin, that thing was originally my family's heirloom. It's only natural that we want it back. If you keep it for yourself, you're going too far." Dr. Lin coldly snorted. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. The other man had already searched the entire study but didn't find anything. He said with annoyance, "It's not here." The middle-aged man didn't have much patience. He looked at Dr. Lin with an unfriendly gaze. "Dr. Lin, I've told you that because of your kindness in raising me, we have to be polite to you. However, it's best that you don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Dr. Lin opened his eyes and looked at him. He indifferently said, "This old man hasn't drunk wine for 30 years. You can leave. If he wants something, let him tell me." Chapter 385. The man smiled disdainfully. "I have a lot of work to do every day. How can I waste my time on such a small matter? Dr. Lin, if you're still so stubborn, then don't blame me for offending you." He raised his chin slightly and gestured to the man beside him. The man stepped forward and grabbed Dr. Lin. He sneered, "Dr. Lin, I'm sorry. Our superiors have ordered us to get the item." Dr. Lin closed his eyes again and refused to speak. A trace of impatience flashed across the man's face. He grabbed Dr. Lin's arm and was about to twist it. Dr. Lin was already over 60 years old and wasn't a martial artist. If he were to twist his arm, it would at least break his entire arm. Crack! A faint sound came from outside the window. The man's hand stopped, and he looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. "Who's there?" The window shook slightly, but they didn't see anyone. The man frowned in confusion. He put down Dr. Lin and walked to the window. He looked left and right before poking his head out. A pair of slightly cold white hands suddenly reached out and clasped his neck. He only felt a chill on his neck, and then a sharp pain, and then he lost consciousness. Seeing his companion suddenly fall on the window, a trace of fear flashed across the middle-aged man's face. Originally, because this wasn't a difficult task, they didn't bring too many people. They didn't expect this small village to be hiding a mysterious expert. "Who is it? Come out," the middle-aged man said sternly as he stared at the empty space outside the window. Looking at Dr. Lin, the middle-aged man pulled Dr. Lin to stand in front of him. He carefully stared at the window and retreated outside. Whoosh! A gray figure quickly passed by the window. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, but he only saw a dark light quickly shoot in. His throat suddenly felt cold. He lowered his head and stared blankly at a rough-looking wooden hairpin inserted in his throat. He stiffly fell back. Who? Who is it?" Seeing his companion suddenly fall on the window without a sound, the middle-aged man stared at the window with vigilance. His voice trembled unconsciously. He glanced at Dr. Lin standing to the side and quickly stepped forward, holding him in front of him and slowly walking forward. "Who's outside? Come out." The middle-aged man's back began to sweat. Originally, he was only here to deliver things to his master. It wasn't a difficult task. Therefore, they didn't bring too many people. They didn't expect that there would be a hidden master in such a secluded mountain village. "Come out. If you don't come out, I'll kill him." Grabbing Dr. Lin, the middle-aged man stared at the window but didn't move forward. Instead, he slowly moved toward the door of the study. Shwa! A gray shadow flashed past the window. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. The gray shadow flashed by so quickly that he couldn't see what it was. Clenching the dagger in his hand, the middle-aged man gulped and retreated to the door with Dr. Lin. Just as he was about to reach the door, the window creaked and shook. The man was startled and hurriedly pointed the dagger at the window, only to see a dark light shoot out. The man opened his mouth and weakly lowered his head, only to see a somewhat rough wooden hairpin inserted in his throat. He blinked his eyes, but found that there was nothing he could do. He could only let go of Dr. Lin and fall backwards. Dr. Lin looked down at the middle-aged man lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. Of course, he knew who the owner of the hairpin in his throat was. He raised his head to look at the window, but Yi Li's figure didn't appear. After a while, heavy footsteps came from outside the door. Yi Li appeared at the door of the study. Seeing Dr. Lin in a daze, she worriedly asked, "Master, are you all right?" Dr. Lin shook his head silently and looked at Yi Li. Yi Li forced a smile. "Did I scare Master?" Dr. Lin sat down on a chair in exhaustion. After a while, he said, "At first, this old man felt that you weren't simple. Now I know that I was wrong. I want to ask where you came from. You can leave by yourself later. It's not safe here." Yi Li looked at the corpses on the ground and by the window and frowned. It wasn't a good idea to talk in a room with two corpses, but she didn't have the strength to deal with the two corpses. Yi Li found a place to sit down and comforted the uneasy baby in her stomach. She frowned and smiled bitterly. "Master, in my current state, where do you want me to go? Not to mention the possibility of encountering poisonous snakes and fierce beasts. She couldn't even bear the exhaustion of crossing mountains." Dr. Lin sighed and shook his head. "Do you think I'm chasing you away? This old man has to go. If I don't go, I'm afraid I'll implicate the innocent people in this village." When he said this, the old man's expression became sad. For an old man in his 60s to leave the place he had lived in for decades, it wasn't something that could make him happy. "Is it Lin Yuan?" Yi Li asked softly after a moment of silence. Dr. Lin was stunned. After a long silence, he let out a long sigh. If Dr. Lin didn't want to say, Yi Li didn't want to force him. Although she didn't know what Lin Yuan wanted from Dr. Lin, she didn't want Dr. Lin to think of her as someone who coveted his treasure. After thinking for a moment, she said, "If Master doesn't want to give it to him, why not destroy it? To cut off his thoughts? If he was raised by Master since he was young, who else would Master give it to?" Dr. Lin forced a smile and shook his head. He stood up and walked to the door. Yi Li didn't move. She looked at the two corpses with some annoyance. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be difficult for her to deal with the two corpses. But now it was impossible. Dr. Lin was old, and there was no way she could let him deal with these things. Just as she was thinking about it, Dr. Lin returned with a plain porcelain bottle in his hand. He walked to the middle-aged man lying on the ground and opened the bottle to shake out some of the powder. Then, Yi Li was surprised to find that the moment the powder touched the corpse, it emitted a pungent smoke and began to corrode the corpse on the ground. In less than a moment, the originally burly man was left with a puddle of water on the ground. Even his clothes weren't left. Then, she watched as Dr. Lin walked to the other corpse and shook off some of the powder. Seeing that the corpse was corroded and melted, Yi Li couldn't help but rub her nose. After being together for so long, she realized that her unknown master was actually so cruel. Seeing Dr. Lin calmly deal with the two corpses, Yi Li was now convinced that her actions didn't scare the old doctor. Looking at his practiced and calm appearance, he clearly wasn't a novice. After finishing all of this, The master and disciple, who weren't familiar with each other, looked at each other for a long time before they remembered to move to the outer room. Although there was no more eyesore in the room, to be honest, the smell that was left behind wasn't very pleasant. Chapter 386. They sat down in the outer room, and Dr. Lin calmly poured 2 cups of tea for himself and Yi Li. After taking 2 sips of tea, Dr. Lin seemed to have calmed down a little. He said, "I can't implicate the innocent people in the village. I can't stay here any longer." Yi Li was silent for a moment. She said, "From what Master said, that person is not a soft-hearted person. How can Master be sure that he won't harm the villagers after Master leaves? If that's the case, why would Master persuade me to leave? Although I haven't known Master for long, I always feel that he is a good person." Dr. Lin was speechless. He really couldn't guarantee that after he left, that person wouldn't get angry and attack the innocent people. Otherwise, he could have just settled Yi Li in any family in the village, and there would have been no need for her to leave this place with a few months of pregnancy. In any case, the road outside was too dangerous for a pregnant woman who was only a few months pregnant. After a long time, Dr. Lin asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Yi Li shook her head. She looked at Dr. Lin regretfully and said, "I don't even have the ability to protect myself now. Unless I can leave this place and return to Hangzhou as soon as possible." "Hangzhou?" Dr. Lin looked at her. "Why do you think I have a way?" Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled. She pointed at the study room filled with books. "The villagers told me that you have never left this place in the past 30 years. But they also said that you only brought some simple luggage and a child with you when you stayed here. Those books obviously couldn't have been sent here so easily, so you must have left this place many times over the years without them knowing. And you definitely didn't need to come and go for as long as a few months." Dr. Lin looked at her and sighed. "You are indeed very smart. You saw it from the beginning, didn't you?" Yi Li smiled but didn't say anything. Dr. Lin looked at her and shook his head. "It's useless. I haven't walked that road for more than 20 years. You can't leave now, and I can't leave either. I'm old." Yi Li had already expected this, so she wasn't too disappointed. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before asking, "I guess they took the water route. I fell off a cliff near Hangzhou City, and when I hit the water, I was sucked into a dark whirlpool, and then I was washed here by the underground river?" Dr. Lin nodded approvingly. "You're very lucky. You didn't drown, nor did you get hit by a rock in the water. Even your child is fine." Yi Li raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. "I don't think it's because I'm lucky. It's because the person who built the underground river was too meticulous. That's why I wasn't blocked or killed by the rocks in the river." "Then, Master, what kind of person would spend so much effort to build such a secret passage? Or perhaps this village itself is hiding some secret?" Dr. Lin was stunned for a moment. He looked at Yi Li with an inquisitive and dangerous gaze. Yi Li didn't force her anymore. She sat quietly at the table and looked down at her fingers that were still slender despite the calluses. This pair of hands had just easily broken a person's neck 15 minutes ago. "Girl, who exactly are you?" Dr. Lin stared at her for a while before finally asking. Yi Li muttered to herself for a moment before softly saying, "If Master really hasn't left this place in 20 years, then who I am doesn't have any meaning to you, right?" Dr. Lin looked at her and said, "I need to at least know that you aren't someone from the Dechu State's imperial family." Yi Li sighed softly in her heart. Dr. Lin's question revealed a lot of answers. Shaking her head, Yi Li said with certainty, "I'm not someone from the Dechu State's imperial family." Although Mo Shuyao's surname was also Mo, and he had the same ancestor as the Dechu State's founding ancestor, in terms of blood relations, they were very distant. If it wasn't for the fact that they had a hereditary title, they wouldn't have any connection to the imperial family. And in everyone's understanding, it seemed that the Mahist army and the Dechu State's imperial family were very clear. Therefore, Yi Li didn't feel any burden in believing that she wasn't related to the Dechu State's imperial family. After receiving Yi Li's answer, Dr. Lin's expression relaxed a lot. Yi Li looked at him seriously and asked unexpectedly, "Master, What relationship do you have with the previous dynasty's imperial families? Dr. Lin stared at Yi Li in a daze. He clearly didn't think that Yi Li would ask such a question. After a while, he asked, "Why do you think I have any relationship with the previous dynasty's imperial families?" Yi Li opened her lips and gave a faint smile. She carelessly played with the rough teacup in her hand as she said, "Master is so concerned about whether or not I have any relationship with the Dechu State's imperial family. Since you're hiding here, it's clear that you and the Dechu State's imperial family, even if it's not an irreconcilable enmity, you definitely don't have a good impression of them. Since this place is still within the Dechu State, and Master doesn't look like an outsider. Also, from the river where I fell off the cliff to the place where Master saved me, I estimate that the distance in a straight line is at least 20 li. That kind of underground man-made waterway isn't something that just anyone can build. Also, it's very strange to build an exit in such a small village that's isolated from the rest of the world. Finally, it's said that this village has a history of nearly 500 years. Also, the ancestors have decreed that the villagers can't read for generations. I feel that they didn't hide here by chance. They were protecting something. Although it's very likely that most of the villagers don't know, there are still some people who know, right? Dr. Lin couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the woman in front of him. You know too much. Yi Li blinked innocently and looked at the old man in front of her. Master, do you want to kill me to silence me? Just like those two people just now? After saying this, Yi Li pointed to the inner study. Dr. Lin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Who killed those two people? Dr. Lin shook his head helplessly and said, "You don't need to test this old man. I can see through your actions just now. It's still not certain who will kill who." Yi Li smiled as she raised her teacup. She made her smile even more pure and kind. A master for a day is a master for life. This disciple definitely won't do such a disgraceful thing. Master, why don't we think about what we should do in the future, since we all want to live well? Dr. Lin glared at her unhappily and said, "It's you who wants to live. I'm an old man who has lived long enough." Yi Li smiled as she poured him a cup of tea and said, "The neighbors in this village haven't lived long enough." At the mention of these simple villagers, the old man's hand that was holding the teacup tightly clenched. His expression was conflicted and apologetic. These people, they are all descendants of loyal officials, but after so many years, they've probably already forgotten about their ancestors. Actually, there's nothing bad about this. Isn't a peaceful life 100 times better than those people outside? But if they lose their lives because of those old matters, his heart couldn't bear it. While listening to Dr. Lin's words, Yi Li tried hard to recall what she could remember about the previous dynasty. A place like the Northwest had been considered remote since ancient times. At least compared to the prosperity of Chujing and Jiangnan, it wasn't a good place. Yi Li really couldn't understand what the previous dynasty had to do with this place. After a long time, a thought flashed through her mind. Yi Li blinked and asked tentatively, "Is the previous dynasty's imperial tomb here?" Chapter 387. Looking at Dr. Lin's shocked expression, Yi Li knew that she had guessed correctly. The imperial tomb of the previous dynasty. Yi Li's mind quickly flipped through the ancient history books. The previous dynasty had existed for more than 370 years and had experienced 21 emperors. Among them, other than the last emperor who was buried by the Dechu state's ancestor as a noble, the tombs of the other 19 emperors were either destroyed in the chaos of war or looted by tomb robbers. Almost all of them were destroyed. However, there was one emperor whose tomb no one knew the whereabouts of. That was the tomb of the founding emperor of the previous dynasty. Yi Li suddenly thought of something. The royal family of the previous dynasty seemed to be surnamed Lin. As if sensing Yi Li's gaze, Dr. Lin looked at her and lightly said, "Don't think too much. I'm not a descendant of the previous dynasty." Then it can't be Lin Yuan, right? If Lin Yuan was looking for the tomb of the previous dynasty's emperor, then it was reasonable to say that it was his tomb. Dr. Lin remained silent. Yi Li was speechless and looked to the sky. So, she guessed correctly again? Ever since she woke up from her coma, this was the first time Yili felt such a headache. The previous dynasty had been destroyed for more than 200 years. At least in the past few decades, there was no news of any remnants of the previous dynasty wanting to revive the country. But who could say for sure about national enmity and family hatred? Although the Ding Palace wasn't the current ruler, at least half of the previous dynasty's destruction was fought by the first-generation Prince Ding, Mo Lan Yun. Therefore, Yili wasn't sure if those remnants of the previous dynasty hated the Dechu state's emperor more or hated Prince Ding more. And now, she had obviously landed in a place where remnants of the previous dynasty gathered. But what was worth celebrating was that the residents living here, other than a few highly respected people, didn't seem to know about the change of dynasty. They were obviously not interested in who was the emperor. Seeing her holding her chin and her expression changing, Dr. Lin didn't say anything. After all, this kind of thing wasn't something that ordinary people could accept. After a while, Yili finally sorted out the chaotic thoughts in her heart and asked casually, "Master, do you want to restore the country?" "Restore the country?" Dr. Lin looked at her strangely, as if he had eaten something he shouldn't have. After a while, he snorted and said, "Have you seen anyone who hides in the mountains for decades to revive their country? Furthermore, I'm a doctor. How am I supposed to revive the country? Poison Mo Lufang and Mo Jingxian?" Yili took a sip of tea and calmly said, "It's Mo Jingqi and Mo Xiuyao. Mo Lufang and Mo Jingxian have already passed away many years ago." Dr. Lin fiercely glared at her and frowned. "This generation's Prince Ding is called Mo Xiuyao. I remember that when Mo Liufang's son was born, he was called Mo Xiuwen." Yili now believed that Dr. Lin really hadn't gone out for decades. She seriously explained, "Mo Xiuwen is the previous generation's Prince Ding. He passed away 9 years ago." Dr. Lin looked at her and said, "You know quite a lot." Yili smiled and said, "Didn't Master say that I was born in a prestigious family? How can I not know such a big thing?" Dr. Lin waved his hand and said irritably, "National enmity and family hatred, it's already been 200 years. Who can say for sure? Furthermore, even if the people are dissatisfied with the Dechu state's royal family, would they still miss the previous dynasty? If that was the case, the previous dynasty wouldn't have been destroyed. At that time, the previous emperors were useless, and the people had no way to make a living. Even if the last emperor wanted to reform, he didn't have the talent to be an emperor. In the end, he couldn't turn the tide and could only watch as the country was destroyed. Speaking of which, the Dechu state's ancestors couldn't be blamed. To put it bluntly, the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. What does Lin Yuan want? Why does Master not want to give it to him? Since Master doesn't care about restoring the country and the matters outside, why? Dr. Lin sighed and looked at her with a bitter smile. "It's not that I don't want to give it to him, but I don't have anything to give him. What he wants is the treasures of the previous dynasty's Emperor Gaozu's tomb." Yili frowned. It was natural for there to be treasures in the emperor's tomb. Yili didn't understand what Dr. Lin meant. Dr. Lin said indifferently, "Emperor Gaozu's tomb is indeed here. The people in this village are the descendants of the most loyal guards who followed Emperor Gaozu. After Emperor Gaozu passed away, these people swore to guard the tomb for Emperor Gaozu forever. In order to prevent the younger generation from being unfilial, they also set a rule that the younger generation can't learn to read. They can't step out of the tomb and can't leave the village. Moreover, the secret of the tomb is only passed down from generation to generation. Even the villagers don't know where they came from." Yili didn't know how to evaluate this, so she didn't say anything. She raised her head and asked, "What does Master plan to do now? If he finds out that this subordinate didn't bring the things back, will Lin Yuan come back personally?" Dr. Lin nodded and thought for a bit before asking Yili, "Now, the world is unstable? If the Dechu state was peaceful and there was no hope of restoring the country, Lin Yuan wouldn't think about the tomb." Yili didn't hide it and nodded. "It is indeed a bit chaotic. If nothing unexpected happens, the Mahist army and the Dechu state's royal family are likely to break off relations. Dr. Lin sighed and leisurely said, "In the past, it was said that the Dechu states Taizu and the founding Prince Ding had deep brotherly love and were very powerful when they joined hands to fight for the throne. I didn't think that these two families would also break off relations. No wonder, forget it, this old man can't care about these things. Girl, pack up and we'll leave here as soon as possible." Yili couldn't help being surprised. "If we leave, what about the villagers?" Dr. Lin snorted and said, "I'll naturally leave a message for him. It's best if he doesn't make a move against these people." Yili raised her eyebrows. "He'll listen to you?" Dr. Lin sneered. "If he doesn't, then I'll give the item to Imo Shuyao." Yili was silent. She admired this cheap master of hers. "You don't even know if there are any treasures in the Imperial Mausoleum, or what kind of treasures there are. Yet you dare to lead this matter to Imo Shuyao? Do you want Imo Shuyao to die? Or do you want Lin Yuan to die? Master, why don't you find someone else? How about Shiling's Genom of Gojoseon and Leishanting?" Yili advised sincerely. Looking at Dr. Lin's appearance, it was clear that he still had some feelings for Lin Yuan. Yili still didn't want him to go against Imo Shuyao. She didn't want to hurt the relationship between master and disciple. Dr. Lin glanced at her and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Girl, how are you related to Imo Shuyao? I seem to have heard those two fellows say that Imo Shuyao is near Hangzhou. What a coincidence, you." Yili smiled faintly. "Master, who I am is not important right now. What do you think? You just need to know that your disciple will never do anything to harm you." Dr. Lin stared at her for a long time. Yili didn't move. She sat there calmly and allowed him to look at her. After a while, Dr. Lin snorted softly and nodded, changing the topic. It wasn't easy to leave such a secluded mountain village, especially when the people who were about to leave were an old man in his 60s who didn't know any martial arts and a pregnant woman. What was worse was that the path they were going to take was the Imperial Mausoleum, which no one had ever been to before. Because they were an old man and a pregnant woman, there was no need for them to imagine that they would be able to walk out of the dangerous mountain range. Moreover, it was very likely that they would encounter Lin Yuan or the people sent by Lin Yuan on the way. Therefore, the path that was said to exist in the Imperial Mausoleum was their only hope. Chapter 388. Yili couldn't help but think of some tomb-raiding novels she had read in her previous life. She hoped that this Imperial Mausoleum wasn't as dangerous and strange as those books said otherwise. If she had a choice, Yili would rather wait for the baby to be born before leaving through the safe route. But now no one knew his identity. Once that person called Lin Yuan appeared, it would be different. If he really had the ambition to restore the country, then he would definitely be able to guess that she was Imo Shuyao's wife, the mistress of the Ding Kingdom. When that time came, there would be big trouble. A few days later, Dr. Lin finally finished packing up all of his things, including his ancient books and unique books. Yili also took advantage of this period of time to prepare some things that she needed. Then, in the morning, when everyone in the village was still asleep, the old patriarch of the village personally sent them to the mountains. He was already over 70 years old, but he was still waiting for them. Sure enough, it was the waterfall that Yili had observed before. The old clan had brought the two of them into the waterfall. Inside, there was a huge karst cave. Yili was already prepared. She took off the bamboo hat on her back and shook off the water on it. When she took out the bamboo hat and draped it over her body, the old clan head and Dr. Lin looked at her in surprise. Yili smiled sweetly. "Isn't this for the baby? Just in case." Dr. Lin looked at her meaningfully and didn't say anything. The white-haired old clan head looked at the two of them and didn't say anything. It was obvious that Dr. Lin had already negotiated with him before. He brought the two of them into the karst cave. This karst cave was big and deep. It was obviously a natural karst cave. There were different shapes of stalagmites hanging from the ceiling, and water droplets dripped down from time to time. In the middle was a fast-flowing man-made river. Not only was the river neat and beautiful, even the roads on both sides were carefully carved out of stone. Although it was covered with moss because no one had walked on it for many years, one could still see the exquisite patterns on the stone base if one looked carefully. Yili couldn't help but twitch her mouth. It was said that every emperor had to build their own imperial mausoleum as soon as they ascended the throne. If they were all on the same scale as the previous dynasty's Gaozu, then they really needed to start building it as soon as they ascended the throne. Even a place that had nothing to do with the imperial mausoleum was built like this. If they didn't start building it earlier, then they might not even have a place to bury their dead. The three of them walked along the Karst cave. After walking for about an hour, they finally stopped. They had already reached the end. They could only see a torrent of water emerging from the bottom of the stone wall. Yili could only hope that the current situation did not require them to dive into the water. The old patriarch slowly groped around the stone walls that were covered with moss and all kinds of weeds. After a while, he finally found a place. He then took out a strangely shaped key and pressed it on the stone wall to turn it. After a while, with a bang, a door opened in the stone wall. The old patriarch looked at the two of them and said, "You can go in. Take care of yourself." Dr. Lin nodded and said, "You." The old patriarch raised his hand to stop him and nodded, "I know. We have been guarding this place for hundreds of years. No one has ever entered. After so many years, we don't want to know what is inside. Since the great ancestor didn't leave the things inside to the future generations, we don't want to change now. I am old. I only hope that this village will be an ordinary village in the future. I don't need to guard anything anymore. This secret ends here with me. This old man thanks you for not revealing this secret to the young master all these years. After you go in, there is no need for this. Take it with you." Dr. Lin nodded and said, "Take care." After taking the key from the old patriarch, Dr. Lin took Yi Li and walked in. The stone wall slowly closed in front of the two of them. When the stone wall closed, the two of them saw darkness. Dr. Lin lit a match and walked to the oil lamp on the stone wall. Soon, the candlelight on the stone wall shone on the bronze mirror diagonally opposite. Then, the light refracted and shone on another bronze mirror. In a moment, the originally thin and dark passage became bright. Yili raised her eyebrows and followed Dr. Lin without saying a word. The passage was quiet. Only the sound of the two people's footsteps could be heard. Yili observed the walls on both sides as she walked. She had to say that the former Emperor Gaozu was indeed rich and imposing. As the princess consort of Dinghua, Yili had participated in the imperial mausoleum sacrificial ceremony once or twice. She had also entered the former emperor's underground palace. Although she was only at the outermost part, she had never seen such an inconspicuous passage carved out of marble. The dragon-shaped reliefs on the walls and on the ground were lifelike. The eyes of each dragon were inlaid with various colored gems. The rich and domineering aura of the emperor and the royal family rushed out. The two of them walked along the passage and did not encounter any of the legendary traps. In this kind of imperial mausoleum that did not see the light of day, Yili could only estimate the direction and distance they were walking. After an hour, they finally arrived at a side room. The oil lamp in the hall suddenly filled the room with a fragrance. Yili cautiously took a few steps back to stay away from the oil lamp. However, she quickly reacted. This fragrance was not poison. It was ambergris. However, it was still not good for pregnant women. Yili should stay away from it as much as possible. Dr. Lin lowered his head to look at the shabby map in his hand as he looked at the empty room. "Rest first. You are tired." Yili looked at the map in his hand and asked curiously, "Since the old clan leader does not want the treasures in the imperial mausoleum to see the light of day, isn't he afraid that we will come back and take the treasures away?" Dr. Lin turned to look at her and calmly said, "It is said that the entrance we entered the imperial mausoleum cannot be opened without a key, and the exit we are going to leave can only be opened once. Each time, it can only be opened for 15 minutes. Yili could not help but sweat. "Master, are you sure that the exit has not been opened by anyone?" The term master clearly made the old man's mood better. His expression relaxed and he said, "If it has been opened, what will you do?" Yili smiled and helplessly said, "Then I can only accompany you in life and death." "But my poor baby." Dr. Lin could not help but smile. He looked at her and said, "This child is very lucky. He has been with you for so long, and is still alive. Nothing will happen to him. Thank you for your kind words, Yili said with a smile. Yili relaxed a little. Still confused, she asked, what did the founding emperor of the previous dynasty leave in the imperial mausoleum? And why did the old clan leader not want Lin Yuan to take it? Dr. Lin calmly said, I don't know. But the great ancestor had ordered the guards to not spread the treasures. As for the old clan leader, they just want to live well. Yili raised her eyebrows. Dr. Lin said, Lin Yuan grew up in the village. The old clan leader naturally knows his nature. If he does not take the treasures, then it will be fine. But if he does, then no one in the village will be able to live. Yili was puzzled. Dr. Lin waved his hand to show that he had no intention of saying more. Yili found a place to sit down. She gently stroked her belly and comforted the baby. Then she lowered her head to study the carvings on the stone wall. The empty stone room was quiet. Only the sound of Yi Li's finger tapping on the stone wall could be heard. Chapter 389. Even if Lin Yuan had obtained the treasures in the tomb, there was no need for him to kill everyone in the village to silence them. Because these people were the descendants of the Gaozu's loyal subjects from hundreds of years ago. What was even stranger was that Lin Yuan, as a descendant of the previous dynasty's imperial family, didn't know the secret of the tomb. Instead, Dr. Lin, the one who raised him, knew. Of course, if it was explained by Lin Yuan's young age, it would make sense. But if Dr. Lin didn't want him to have thoughts of reviving the country, he could have kept his identity a secret. When Lin Yuan first came to this village, he was only 1 year old. There was no way he could remember anything. Looking up at Dr. Lin, who was sitting in a daze, Yili raised her eyebrows. This Lin Yuan, she felt that something was wrong. And that Emperor Gaozu's treasure, it didn't seem to be a normal treasure like gold and silver or antiques. It also didn't seem to be a secret military manual or a legendary treasure like a sword or a sword. Then what exactly was it? Yili looked regretfully at her belly. If it weren't for the inconvenience of having a baby, she wouldn't have minded exploring the treasures and secrets of the previous dynasty's founding emperor. After resting enough, the two got up and followed the route shown on the map. Regardless of whether the tomb was dangerous or not, the feeling of being in this enclosed space was not pleasant. Along the way, Yili habitually memorized the route they took. As a former Special Forces soldier, a good sense of direction was a must. At least, no matter where she was, she never had to worry about getting lost. The two silently walked forward. Yili looked at the increasingly luxurious decorations and frowned slightly. She casually asked, Master, are we going the wrong way? Dr. Lin looked down at the map in his hand and turned to look at her. Oh, what do you mean? Yili frowned and said, We seem to be walking towards the middle of the Imperial Mausoleum, which is opposite of the exit. Even if the Imperial Mausoleum did not give a straight path, it was impossible for it to be completely opposite, right? Even if the Earth was round, the tomb didn't cover the entire Earth. Dr. Lin looked at her and said, Who said we were in Hangzhou? Yili was speechless as she looked at Dr. Lin. Even if he wasn't in Hangzhou, he couldn't be in the center of the mausoleum, right? Being stared at by Yili like this, Dr. Lin felt a little uncomfortable, so he said, All right, I have to go and get something before I can go out. If you don't want to go, you can wait for me here, or you can take a look at this map and make a copy of it before leaving. Yili breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. At least this proved that this cheap master had no intention of harming her. Otherwise, although she was confident that she could restrain him, it was hard to say what she would encounter in the imperial mausoleum that had existed for hundreds of years. After thinking about it, Yili hesitated for a moment before asking, Lin Yuan, is there any other way to get in? Dr. Lin clearly didn't want to give the item to Lin Yuan, so he wanted to take it away. Dr. Lin was silent, but Yili understood from his expression. As expected, the saying that there was only one exit was never reliable. For example, it was said that the ancient craftsmen who built the imperial mausoleum would leave a secret passage for themselves to prevent the royal family from silencing them. Shrugging her shoulders, Yili smiled and said, I'll go with Master. What if I get lost and can't get out? You should think carefully. From what I know, this Imperial Mausoleum isn't dangerous. You can wait for me at the exit. If I don't come in 2 days, you can open the mechanism and leave. Yili looked around and said, I didn't know if this place was dangerous or not, but now it might not be. I'm a girl, and walking alone in the Imperial Mausoleum is always a little scary. Following Master will give me some courage. Dr. Lin looked deeply at her and sighed. He turned around and walked forward. I don't know why you insist on following me. If you get involved, don't blame this old man. Yili smiled and walked 2 steps forward. Because you're my master. I know you're a good person. Dr. Lin snorted. I'm not a good person. Don't pretend to be ignorant in front of me. This old man has seen a lot of people in his life, but there are only a few that I can't see through. Yili pretended not to notice his sarcasm and blinked her eyes. Master, are you praising me? The master and disciple walked and stopped. Because they had to take care of Yili's health and Dr. Lin was not young, they didn't walk very fast. There was no light in the Imperial Mausoleum, so Yili could only estimate the time. After they entered the Imperial Mausoleum, they walked and stopped for 6 to 8 hours. They then rested in a stone room for a few hours. They had spent more than a day in there. But the two of them had only just reached the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum. Standing in front of a majestic palace door, Dr. Lin turned to Yi Li and said, Be careful when you go in. Don't touch anything you shouldn't touch. If you trigger any traps, don't blame me for not warning you. Yi Li looked at him. Master clearly said that there wasn't any danger in here. Dr. Lin snorted and a proud expression appeared on his face. Of course, there isn't any danger if you follow me. If you follow someone else, then it might not be so. Previously, when we were outside the Imperial Mausoleum, it was just a smokescreen. There are at least 5 times more traps inside than outside. Yi Li wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead. Master, your disciple feels like we've fallen into a trap. What would have happened if I hadn't come in with you? Dr. Lin's lips twitched without a trace of a smile. The traps at the exit aren't any less than inside. Also, the map to decipher the traps is placed together with the treasure. You know so well, Yi Li muttered in a low voice. The mausoleum was silent, so Dr. Lin naturally heard Yi Li's voice clearly. He smiled proudly and said, This mausoleum was designed and built by our ancestors. Do you think there's anyone in this world who knows it better than me? Yi Li raised her eyebrows and followed closely behind Dr. Lin. After entering the Imperial Mausoleum, Yi Li finally understood what an Imperial Mausoleum was. No one knew what the inside of Emperor Qin's mausoleum was like. In her previous life, Yi Li had seen many Imperial mausoleums that had been plundered or excavated by grave robbers. They could only be considered historical remains. Yi Li remembered that the historical records had once recorded the Emperor Qin's mausoleum. Through the 3 springs, copper was poured into the coffin. The palace was filled with hundreds of officials, strange objects. Mercury was used as the rivers and the seas, and the mechanics were imbued. Astronomy above, geography below. Mermaid paste was used as a candle to help those who were not extinguished for a long time. She didn't know if this mausoleum was as grand and magnificent as the Emperor Qin's mausoleum, but the scene in front of her was enough to prove that it was at least comparable to the Emperor Qin's mausoleum. The marble floor and walls were exquisitely carved, and lines of mercury and stars were densely packed in the astonishingly large mausoleum. She raised her head to look at the stars in the sky, which were all illuminated by various luminous pearls. The funerary objects in the mausoleum weren't bronze objects, but all kinds of exquisite gold, jade, and precious stones. The mausoleum was surrounded by lamps. In addition to the countless treasures in the mausoleum, the entire mausoleum was as bright as day. Looking at the dazzling mausoleum in front of her, which looked just like a miniature version of the imperial city, Yi Li couldn't help but pay attention to the few short sentences in the historical records. Were ancient imperial mausoleums so similar regardless of time and space? Chapter 390. There shouldn't be terracotta soldiers near the Imperial Mausoleum, right? Yi Li softly muttered. She carefully followed Dr. Lin forward. Even though everything in front of her was a rare treasure, she had no intention of touching it. Dr. Lin turned around to look at her. How do you know there are terracotta soldiers? Yili was shocked. There really are? Could this previous dynasty's great ancestor be the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang? Yili shook her head to get rid of the wild thoughts in her mind. The Qin Shi Huang swept through the 6 directions. Although the previous dynasty's great ancestor's martial arts were peerless, he was still lacking. Dr. Lin looked at her and then turned around to continue walking. He said, according to the ancestors' records, there really were terracotta soldiers. But at that time, the world had just settled down, and there was no way to spend such a large amount of money to build an imperial mausoleum. So in the end, 2/3 of the great ancestors' plan was cut off. The terracotta soldiers were only mentioned in a few secret records about the great ancestor. Yili sighed. This scale was only 1/3. If he really built the entire imperial mausoleum, the previous dynasty might have died 100 or 2 years earlier. Actually, this is not bad. If the future generations have any difficulties, they can just tear down the imperial mausoleum. It's enough, Yili said with a faint smile. Dr. Lin's cold snort came from the front. Even the most unfilial of descendants would not tear down their ancestors' tombs. Yili blinked. Then what's the point of hiding so much gold and silver here? Of course she knew this reasoning. People who had never been emperors would never understand the meaning of building an imperial mausoleum like this. With so much money, it would be better to leave it for the future generations to deal with emergencies. They did not speak along the way. Even with Dr. Lin leading the way, the two of them carefully went around several mechanisms before approaching a palace-like building in the center of the imperial mausoleum. Yili understood that this was the place where the tomb owner's coffin was placed. This was a building completely carved out of white jade. It stood at the end of the imperial mausoleum. Even from far away, this kind of snow-white palace could be seen. When they got closer, they looked at the exquisitely carved window lattice hall. Dragons sat on the eaves, and below the eaves hung lifelike flowers and plants carved out of jade. Dragons and phoenixes were carved on the steps of the palace. Most importantly, there was a huge white dragon coiling around this white palace. The dragon's head was on the roof of the palace, and a pair of huge eyes made of luminous pearls was glaring angrily at the visitors. For some reason, Yili couldn't help but twitch her lips when she saw this luxurious, and domineering palace. An extremely strange feeling arose in her heart. However, when she saw Dr. Lin's excited and admiring expression, Yili decided not to say anything. Master, do you want to go in? Yili couldn't help but ask. Dr. Lin came back to his senses and put away the expression on his face. He reluctantly looked at the white building in front of him and nodded. The two of them stood at the entrance of the palace in a daze. The gate of the palace was shut tight. There was no lock or anything else. There was only a piece of black jade engraved with words, surrounded by coiling dragons. The two of them looked at it carefully. There were a few simple words arranged without any pattern, but these words were moving. It was clear that they needed someone to rearrange them. Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at the words in front of her. Sweep, Hilu Jun Xia, Hung Lin, Tian. It was a very simple 8-character game. When put together, it should be Sweep 6, Lord descends under the heavens. Seeing Dr. Lin move the words on the door, Yili frowned slightly. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of unease. However, after looking at it carefully for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what the problem was. Yili could only stand to the side and carefully look at Dr. Lin. Suddenly, Yili seemed to see the words on the side of the door twist strangely. Yili blinked, trying to determine if she was hallucinating or if she really saw something. She carefully looked at the word Tian and finally found that the bottom part of the word Tian was a little crooked for some reason. Moreover, if she looked carefully, she would find that something was slowly squirming. Yili's mind raced. Something quickly flashed through her mind. She didn't have time to think carefully. She stretched out her hand and pulled Dr. Lin, who was lowering his head and moving the words away. Dr. Lin cried out in alarm. He didn't need Yi Li to pull him back. He looked at his fingers in shock. Two of his fingers were stuck with some strange black things that were slowly squirming. His fingers were also being corroded at an extremely fast speed. Dr. Lin's expression changed greatly. Yili didn't have time to think carefully. She grabbed Dr. Lin's hand and slashed the sharp dagger in her hand. The skin and part of the corroded flesh on Dr. Lin's two fingers were cut off and fell to the ground. Then, the two of them were shocked to find that the rotten flesh on the ground was actually continuing to corrode the white jade foundation on the ground. They both turned to look at the door. The image on the door was gradually becoming blurry. More and more black things were squirming on it, as if they were about to break free. Yili pulled Dr. Lin back 2 steps and said, "Master, we're in big trouble. Let's go." Dr. Lin looked at his right hand that was still bleeding. His expression was very ugly. The secret ancestral records didn't mention this. Yili said, "It's clear that the ancestor of the previous dynasty tricked you. What is that thing?" The two of them quickly walked down the steps of the palace. But it was clear that the owner of the tomb didn't plan on letting the intruders off so easily. The piers that were originally built on the surface of the Mercury River for people to cross suddenly sank to the bottom of the water. Yili even heard cracking sounds in many places. It was clearly the sound of some mechanisms being activated. Not to mention that none of them could jump over the Mercury River. Even if they could, the following mechanisms and hidden weapons wouldn't be easy to deal with. The designer of the tomb definitely wouldn't have not considered the possibility that the intruders could be a martial arts expert. The two of them turned back to look at the door. The black things were already beginning to grow bigger. The writing from before couldn't be seen at all. Some of them had already separated from the body and were flying out like small insects. The two of them had seen the power of those small insects. Dr. Lin only touched a little bit, and 2 of his fingers were corroded. There was also a hole the size of a wine cup in the white jade foundation. If they touched their bodies, not only would the 2 of them die, they would die very miserably. "What is this thing?" Dr. Lin frowned. Although his family was no longer involved in matters related to tombs, there were still many records in the family. But he was certain that he had never seen this kind of thing before. Yili pulled Dr. Lin. While looking for a place to retreat, she vigilantly stared at the black fog not far away. "Master knows about awe-inspiring caterpillar fungus, right?" Dr. Lin didn't understand. Awe-inspiring caterpillar fungus? What does this have to do with awe-inspiring caterpillar fungus? Yili said, "It's a worm in the winter and a grass in the summer. This is the same. When it's warm, it's a worm. When it's cold, it's like jade." When Master moved the words, the temperature of his fingers made these small things come alive. Does Master have a way? Dr. Lin was helpless. "I've never even seen this damn thing before. What can I do?" Yili said, "Then it's troublesome. If these small things fly everywhere, not only will we be unlucky, but all the treasures in this tomb will also suffer." Chapter 391. "Do you still have time to think about these things right now?" Dr. Lin glared at her and said in a bad mood. Yili said with a faint smile, "Just because I don't think about it doesn't mean other people won't." Dr. Lin was stunned. "What other people's?" As soon as his voice fell, a black shadow flew up from the other side. There were several whooshing sounds as several sharp arrows flew towards the black shadow in the air. The black-clothed person jumped into the air and narrowly dodged the arrows in the air. A row of giant nails came down from above his head. The black-clothed person, who didn't have time to land in the air, could only flip around and dodge the nails with difficulty. There was a tearing sound as his clothes were torn a little. Only then did she see the black-clothed person land in a sorry state. He swayed on the ground before steadying himself. Yili's hand was like lightning, and the dagger in her hand flashed with a cold light. The black-clothed person had just steadied himself when the cold dagger was pressed against his back. "Don't move. If I was too heavy, I might not take your life, but I'm afraid you will be bedridden for the rest of your life." The black-clothed person slightly tilted his head. "Princess Ding, so you're still alive?" Yili smiled. "So it's an acquaintance? But there doesn't seem to be anyone like you among the people this Fae knows." The man raised his hand and threw the weapon in his hand to the ground, saying, Wang Fei, don't be nervous. I won't hurt you, and I definitely won't let you die. At least, I definitely won't let you die here. Yili gave a beautiful smile. I am very moved. But before you come, you should first tell me who you are. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't die here. Saying this, Yili held the dagger in one hand and the man in the other. She turned him to face Dr. Lin and asked with a smile, Master, do you know him? Dr. Lin looked at the black-clothed man with a complicated expression. After a long time, he gave a long sigh and said, You still came in the end. The man said matter-of-factly, I just came to take back what belongs to me. What's wrong with that? Yili tilted her head to look at the two people. She smiled and said, I'm more and more curious about who you are. The man smiled and said, Why don't you come to the front and take a look yourself? The tomb was quiet. Yili glanced over the shoulder of the man in black and saw Dr. Lin standing opposite her with a tense expression. After a moment of silence, she suddenly chuckled and took the initiative to let go of the dagger against the man in black and took a few steps back. Seeing Dr. Lin's surprised expression, Yili smiled and said, It's just a joke. Now that we're in the same boat, if we make a fuss, we might not be able to leave. The black-clothed man adjusted himself slightly, lowered his head, and laughed softly. He said in a deep voice, Everyone says that Princess Ding is extremely intelligent, but I didn't believe it at first. But now it seems that the rumors are true. No wonder Prince Ding is willing to. At the mention of Mo Xiaoyao, Yi Li's heart tightened. She hadn't heard any news about Mo Xiaoyao in a long time. Thinking about his health and the environment he was in, she couldn't help but worry. But at this time, she would not reveal any of her thoughts in front of this man who she didn't know anything about. She looked calmly at the man in black whose back was facing her and said coolly, It seems that this Fei and Sire know each other. Since this is the case, why don't we meet in person? The black-clothed man didn't say much and turned to face Yi Li. According to Yi Li's understanding, Lin Yuan should be in his early 30s, but the man in front of her looked no more than 26 or 27. The black robes made his figure appear even thinner and taller. At the same time, it made his handsome face appear even more sinister and cold. It was just a glance, but it gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. Yi Li frowned slightly. Looking at Yi Li's expression, the man did not mind. His gaze stopped at Yi Li's stomach that was not small anymore. He smiled and said, This one greets Princess Ding. Yi Li stared at him for a beat before calmly calling out his name. Tan. Ji. The black-clothed man looked at Yi Li. His sinister smile seemed to become more joyful. I hadn't thought that Wang Fei would remember such a small person like this one. This one is really fortunate. This one is Tan Jiji. Wang Fei can call me Lin Yuan. Yi Li snorted softly and said faintly, Tan Darren, now does not seem to be the time to reminisce. If you don't think of a way, you and I can sleep here forever. Towards Yi Li's clear disdain, Tan Jiji did not care. He said calmly, Wang Fei is right. Finishing, he turned to look at the growing black mist at the door. They could only rejoice that these things seemed to like to gather together and not fly around by themselves. Otherwise, they would be in even greater trouble. Tan Jiji turned his head to look at Yi Li and asked, Since Wang Fei has some understanding of these things, do you have a way to deal with him? Yi Li also understood that this was not the time to bargain. She said faintly, These things become insects when they are hot and jade when they are cold. Tan Darren does not need this Fei to say more, right? Tan Jiji rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, Cold. I understand. Wang Fei, please wait a moment. Finishing, Tan Jiji rose into the air again and flew towards the other side. It was clear that he wanted to find something. At the same time, he was met with an endless barrage of hidden weapons and sharp arrows. Fortunately, Tan Jiji seemed to have a good understanding of this tomb. Even though he was in a sorry state, he was not injured. With a few leaps, he disappeared into the palace and jewels on the other side. Yi Li pulled Dr. Lin further away. Dr. Lin looked and stopped her from leading the way. The inside of the tomb was not as safe as the tomb passageways they had walked through before. There were many mechanisms and traps that normal people could not see. When there was no place to retreat, Dr. Lin stopped and turned his head to look at Yi Li. He said, "You are this generation's Prince Ding's Wang Fei?" Yi Li smiled apologetically. "Yes, I have concealed it from Master. I hope you do not blame me. My surname is Yi, and my given name is Li." Dr. Lin snorted softly. "What you are called has nothing to do with me. How do you know Lin Yuan?" Yi Li's eyebrows rose slightly. "I have met Tandarin once. He is the advisor of the Dechu State's Emperor's Imperial Study. He is a true confidant. Speaking of which, for me to appear here, it might have something to do with Tandarin." Dr. Lin frowned and said in deep thought, "The Dechu State's Emperor and the Prince Ding mansion had a falling out?" Yi Li shrugged and did not answer. Even if they had not fallen out on the surface, it was probably close. However, she did not know how much effort Tanjiji had put into this. There were so many civil and military officials in the imperial court, but they were all fooled by this person. There was no lack of martial arts experts in the imperial court, but everyone treated this person as a weak scholar. Even someone as suspicious as Mo Jingqi did not suspect him in the slightest. It could be seen that this person's methods were truly exceptional. Dr. Lin looked at Yi Li and asked curiously, "Since that is the case, why do I not see you at all worried about your own safety?" Yi Li covered her mouth and smiled. "Master, forgive me for saying something disrespectful. In this ancient tomb, even if Tandarin abandons you, he would not abandon me. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he would want to bring me out alive. The value of a living Princess Ding and the future heir could not be compared to a corpse. Perhaps she and her child Tanjiji could be used to threaten Mo Xiuyao and the Maist army. He could even negotiate with Mo Xiuyao. If it was only a corpse, Tanjiji might not dare to send it to Mo Xiuyao because it would only anger Mo Xiuyao." Chapter 392. Dr. Lin lowered his head, silently agreeing with Yi Li's words. He had raised Lin Yuan until he was nearly 20 years old, so he naturally understood his thoughts. In Lin Yuan's eyes, his adoptive father might not be as valuable as Yi Li, the Ding Guo Fei. While the two were talking, Tanjiji had already returned. His Qinggong was obviously not bad. At least after dodging more than 10 waves of hidden weapons and arrows, he was still able to move with ease. He glanced at Yi Li standing in the corner by the Quicksilver River. He no longer hesitated and rushed towards the black fog that was about to enter space and time. "Huh, what is that?" Yi Li looked in the distance with some surprise. A thick layer of white ice crystals wrapped around the black fog. Although it still tried to struggle, Tanjiji held a bag of water in his hand and kept pouring it on the ice crystals, making the white ice crystals thicker and thicker. Gradually, the black fog was completely wrapped inside. Dr. Lin's face was a little ugly. He coldly said, "Snow Jade Pearl." Yi Li was at a loss. When she was young, under the guidance of the Su family and the Su family, she had a certain foundation in appraising treasures and antiques. But she had never heard of this Snow Jade Pearl. Dr. Lin coldly said, "Its other name is Corpse-Raising Pearl. As long as it is placed in the mouth of the deceased will quickly be wrapped in a layer of ice crystals and will not rot for 100 years. He moved the bodies of the concubines who were buried with him. Yi Li uncomfortably rubbed her cheeks. She smiled apologetically to Dr. Lin and said, "Master, this is an urgent matter. This tomb was at least 500 years old, something taken out from the mouth of a 500-year-old corpse." Even Yi Li's smile was a little stiff. However, if that was the only way to solve the current situation, Yi Li could only apologize to the concubines who were buried with him. After all, no one knew what the black fog would become in the end. Looking at the constantly expanding appearance, Yi Li did not doubt that it would completely corrode half of the tomb, including them who could not escape. Seeing that the other side was almost finished, the two walked back. Tanjiji looked at the two with a smile and said to Dr. Lin, "Father, all the mechanisms in the tomb have been activated. If we want to get out of here safely, we have to solve all the puzzles and treasures left behind by our ancestors. Dr. Lin said with a cold face, "Young master, this old man doesn't deserve to be called father. I also don't know about any riddles or treasures. Since young master is the owner of the Imperial Mausoleum, you can do whatever you want." Tan Gigi's face darkened slightly as he said indifferently, "Father, why do you have to be angry with me? What I've done has always been the wishes of our ancestors, hasn't it? It's fine if father doesn't support me, but why does he keep making things difficult for me?" Dr. Lin's face twisted as he turned around and stopped talking. Tan Gigi didn't care. He looked sideways at Yi Li and said with a smile, "Wang Fei, this tomb is full of traps. Can this one believe that Wang Fei won't make trouble?" Yi Li gently stroked her belly and smiled gently. Official Tan can rest assured. Even if this consort doesn't care about her own life, she still has to take care of the child in her belly. Tan Gigi nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good. This one also doesn't want to hurt Wang Fei and the little heir. I also don't want to become enemies with His Highness Prince Ding." After receiving Yi Li's promise, Tan Gigi didn't have to worry about anything else. He walked forward and bent over to examine the palace's large door. The black insect fog from before had caused quite a bit of damage to the white jade door. The originally snow-white door was now covered with black spots and holes. Yi Li looked at the ice crystal ball that had rolled to the side. There was still a black, jade-like object that could be seen clearly. The puzzle on the door was still there. Under the strange black jade, there was another layer of jasper. This time, Tan Gigi had clearly learned his lesson from Dr. Lin. He didn't use his finger to touch the surface of the jasper. Instead, he took out a dagger and slowly moved the words on the surface. The puzzle of 8 words wasn't difficult to begin with. After a short while, Tan Gigi finished it. With 2 cracking sounds, the jasper split in 2 and fell to the ground. What was revealed was a strange keyhole. The white jade door didn't have a lock. It was just a round keyhole. Tan Gigi turned to look at Dr. Lin and said, "Father, please give me the key." Dr. Lin calmly and indifferently looked at him. "I don't have the key." Tan Gigi frowned. His malicious face clearly showed his displeasure. Of course, he didn't believe that Dr. Lin didn't have the key. If one asked who in this world knew the most about this tomb other than himself, then it would undoubtedly be his foster father who had raised him since he was young. Because everything he knew had been told to him by his foster father since he was young. "Perhaps I can try?" Seeing Tan Gigi's increasingly gloomy face, Yi Li suddenly spoke. The 2 people facing each other were stunned. They both looked at Yi Li. Tan Gigi's gaze was filled with surprise and suspicion. Dr. Lin's gaze was filled with doubt and worry. Yi Li slowly walked forward. She lowered her head to observe the keyhole for a while. She lowered her head and laughed. Picking locks was once a necessary skill, not to mention the previous one. Yi Li suddenly felt a little curious about the founding ancestor of the previous dynasty. She raised her hand and took out a simple copper hairpin from her hair. Yi Li casually fiddled with the keyhole. The 2 people behind her looked at the woman in front of them with a strange expression. If Princess Ding's knowledge of civil and martial arts didn't count as anything, then the fact that she could pick locks was very strange. Looking at her familiar appearance, Tan Gigi felt that even if there were many godly thieves in the Jianghu, they wouldn't be as good as the woman in front of him. At least, in order to enter this tomb, he had specially studied many mechanisms and locks. However, the one in front of him clearly made him confused. After about 15 minutes, there was a kacha sound from inside. Yi Li pulled out the copper hairpin and took a step back. The white jade door made a ka-ka sound. A moment later, under the gaze of the 3 people, it slowly retreated to the side. The center of the imperial tomb was revealed in front of the 3 people. Inside was a grand hall. It was clearly built to imitate the main hall of the imperial palace. The altar lamp in the hall was still quietly burning. The grand hall was dazzling with gold and jade. It made people feel as if they were truly in an imperial palace and not in a gloomy ancient tomb. His gaze swept around the hall, but he didn't see the coffin of the previous dynasty's ancestor, which he originally thought should be in the hall. There was only a sandalwood box on the imperial table in the hall, and a portrait of the emperor in court robes hung in front of it. It was clearly the founding ancestor of the previous dynasty. Tan Jiji was stunned. He couldn't help but kneel in front of the portrait and respectfully kowtow a few times. Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at Dr. Lin, who had a deep frown. He clearly didn't have any intention of kneeling to the previous emperor. After Tan Jiji finished kneeling to the ancestor, he stood up. He looked at Yi Li and said, "Princess Ding, this is my ancestor, the founding ancestor of the previous dynasty." His words were filled with admiration and yearning for his ancestor. His tone towards Yi Li also contained a bit of flaunting and self-satisfaction. Yi Li gave him face and nodded. She smiled and said, "Congratulations. I've heard a lot about you." Tan Jiji clearly didn't care about her perfunctory words. He quickly walked into the hall and stared in a daze at the large sandalwood box on the imperial table. He carefully held his breath. Clearly, this was the treasure he had been searching for. Yi Li stared at the sandalwood box with great interest. She was really curious about what kind of treasure could compare to the mountains of gold, silver, jewels, jade, and antiques outside. Chapter 393. Tan Jiji looked at her and smiled. "Princess is also interested? Why don't you come up and uncover the secret of this treasure with this one?" Seeing Tan Jiji's expression that seemed to be bestowing a gift, Yi Li pulled up the corners of her lips and smiled. "No need. Tandarin, please do as you please." Yi Li's rejection made him a little disappointed, but the feeling of treasure in front of him made him decide to ignore this little displeasure. Walking to the dragon chair behind the imperial table, Tan Jiji looked at Yi Li and Dr. Lin with satisfaction, then slowly reached out to open the box. Fortunately, this time there wasn't anything on the box that would cause a headache, so Tan Jiji easily opened the box. Carefully, he took out a jade seal from the inside. Yi Li raised her eyebrows. This should be the imperial jade seal, made by the first emperor 1,000 years ago. On it were engraved the words, "Receiving the mandate of heaven, long life and prosperity." It was said that the first emperor of the previous dynasty had indeed obtained the imperial jade seal, but none of the subsequent emperors had taken out the imperial jade seal. After the first emperor of the Dechu state ruled the world, he turned the previous dynasty's old palace upside down, but still couldn't find it. So the history books generally believe that the first emperor of the previous dynasty had obtained the imperial jade seal, but it was just a rumor. It only existed in the unofficial history. Tan Jiji happily held the imperial jade seal, the expression on his face becoming even more mesmerized. It was as if he could already control the life and death of the world and unify the world. When he was finally intoxicated enough, he began to carefully feel the imperial jade seal in his hand. Gradually, his expression became somewhat stiff and then slowly revealed a frightened expression. How could this be? Yi Li didn't understand. He flipped the imperial jade seal around and looked at it for a long time. Finally, he suddenly stood up and waved his hand, sweeping all the things on the imperial table to the ground. Then he threw the imperial jade seal down as well. How could this be? Yi Li blinked, dodging the things that fell from above, and looked at the imperial jade seal that had rolled to her feet. Carefully bending down to pick it up, it was indeed a rare good jade, with a coiling dragon engraved on it. There were also the 8 words in the legend. Regardless of size or appearance, it was exactly the same as what was recorded in the history books. But why was there such a big word on the bottom right corner of the imperial jade seal? Dr. Lin also picked up the red sandalwood box that Tan Jiji had dropped. There was also a piece of cloth in the box. Yi Li glanced sideways and saw 2 lines of arrogant words written on it. "Unfilial descendant who dares to disturb my mausoleum. Will I tell you where the true imperial jade seal and treasure are?" Behind it were 3 words that were even more arrogant. Ha, ha, ha. Yi Li couldn't help but twitch her lips. At this point, if he still couldn't figure out the origins of this founding ancestor, she wouldn't be able to survive. However, While others were cheating their fathers, this Emperor Gaozu was actually cheating his descendants. Tan Jiji naturally saw the cloth in Dr. Lin's hand. He quickly jumped down the steps and grabbed the cloth in Dr. Lin's hand. However, the look on his face after that made Yi Li somewhat unable to bear to look at him. This hopeful descendant of the previous dynasty's imperial family had really been cheated by his ancestor. The cloth in Tan Jiji's hand fell to the ground. Yi Li helplessly watched as he walked out in a daze. She turned to Dr. Lin and said, "Master, will he be okay going out like this? His mental endurance is a bit too weak." Dr. Lin sighed and chased after him. Yi Li gritted her teeth and lowered her head to look at the cloth with some difficulty. Her lips revealed a faint smile as she put it into her sleeve. She turned to look at the portrait of the emperor in the main hall and turned to follow him out. If she let those two people leave, she wouldn't be able to leave alone. However, if Tan Jiji hadn't been driven mad by his unfilial ancestor, he wouldn't leave her behind. Ruyang City. In Ruyang City, in the most remote corner of the western part of the city, there was an unremarkable courtyard. From the outside, this small courtyard was the same as all the other courtyards in Ruyang City. There wasn't anything special about it. Every day, the owner of this courtyard would go out to buy groceries, go shopping, and take a stroll like his neighbors. However, when you really entered this small courtyard, you would find that it was a completely different world from the outside. This was because this was where the most mysterious and elite Qi Lin of the Ding Kingdom's imperial residence was stationed. As long as an ordinary person stepped into this courtyard, they would fall into the hands of the Qi Lin who were resting and learning here. Then, they would suffer a painful experience that was definitely enough to make anyone regret living in this world. In the middle of the night, a dark shadow quietly swept in from outside the wall. His superior Qin Gong allowed him to land on the ground without making a single sound. The man in black cautiously and quickly glanced at the entire courtyard. Then, he lifted his feet and wanted to walk towards his destination. "Don't move!" A low voice sounded behind him. The man in black was startled. His eyes darkened, and he obediently stood in the same place. Qi Lin is indeed worthy of being regarded as a fierce tiger by the West Hill. I admire you. The moment he spoke, someone had quietly come to his side and casually patted him a few times. All the weapons he carried on him were found. The man in black did not resist. Of course, he knew that there was definitely more than one person watching him in the courtyard. "You are not bad to be able to find your way here. Come with me to see the commander, Mr. Han." The man in black, Han Mingyue, was startled. Finally, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You already knew that I..." The man beside him sneered. "If you didn't know, do you think that you could find this place?" Han Mingyue was speechless. He obediently followed the man beside him inside. Under the candlelight, Qin Feng was still sitting in the study, reviewing thick files. More than a month ago, more than 300 elites from the army and the Shadow Guard were selected to receive initial training outside the city. Relying on their own training experience and the large amount of information left behind by the princess, they finally managed to get on track. As the commander of Qi Lin, Qin Feng insisted on checking the records of these trained soldiers every day to evaluate their future potential. At the same time, he further trained himself and the original members according to the information left behind by the princess. Therefore, Qin Feng was so busy every day that he did not have time to think about those infuriating things. Of course, whether this busyness was inevitable or deliberate, Qin Feng did not intend to find out. Therefore, when he saw Han Mingyue being escorted in, Qin Feng's mood immediately became bad. He was very busy, and Han Mingyue's arrival would undoubtedly make him even busier. More importantly, Han Mingyue's appearance would remind him of some unpleasant things. "Mr. Han, why are you here so late at night?" Leaning against the chair and stretching his stiff neck, Qin Feng lazily narrowed his eyes. His half-opened eyes revealed an undisguised danger. Han Mingyue was not surprised that anyone related to Yi Li would never like him. Han Mingyue cupped his hands at Qin Feng and said with a faint smile, "Sorry to disturb you, Commander Qin." Chapter 394. Qin Feng glanced at him indifferently, as if to say, "Since you know you're bothering me, why are you still here? I would like to see Zue die. Commander Qin, please make an exception." Han Mingyue knew that if he didn't mention it, Qin Feng wouldn't mention it to him, so he didn't beat around the bush. Since Su Zue Dai had been handed over to Qin Feng by Mo Shuyao 2 months ago, she had been taken away from the governor's office. After all, the governor's office wasn't big enough to accommodate everyone in the Ding King's office. Therefore, the Shadow Guard, Qi Lin, and most of the civil officials and generals had left the governor's office to find another place to live. Now, the only ones still living in the governor's office were Mo Shuyao, his trusted aides Feng Jiao, Su Qingze, and the others, as well as him, who had nowhere to go for the time being. Han Mingyue hadn't seen Su Zue die since she was taken away. He couldn't help but worry about it. Without the Tianyi Pavilion, it took Han Mingyue a lot of effort to find Su Zue Dai's whereabouts, even in this small Ruyang city. Now, it seemed that even this was the result of someone going easy on him. Han Mingyue couldn't help but smile bitterly. At the same time, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Without the Tianyi Pavilion and the Han family, young Master Mingyue was just an ordinary person. Su Zue Dai. Qin Feng was startled for a moment, as if he just remembered this person. His face darkened slightly. If you want to see Su Zue Dai, young Master Han will have to personally explain it to the prince. Han Mingyue smiled bitterly. If he could persuade Mo Shuyao, why would he barge in so late at night? Looking at his expression, Qin Feng understood what he meant. He said calmly, "Without the prince's permission, young Master Han, even if you came with thousands of soldiers and horses, you wouldn't be able to see Su Zue Dai, let alone if you came alone." Han Mingyue raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly. He knew that Qin Feng's subordinates were all very powerful. Although there was no detailed information, their achievements in the past 6 months were enough to prove their strength. However, to say that they could defeat an army of thousands of men and horses was a bit too confident. However, he couldn't bring out such a huge army right now. Qin Feng observed his expression with great interest. He leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "Mr. Han, you've misunderstood. Qi Lin will do anything to achieve his goal, but he will never seek his own death by confronting force with force. What I mean is without Prince's permission, even if young Master Han barges in, I will kill her the moment young Master Han sees her. If young Master Han wants to see the scene of Su Zue taking her last breath, feel free to give it a try." Han Mingyue was silent. He knew that Qin Feng was not joking. Although Yi Li wasn't killed by Su Zue herself, but if it wasn't for her hidden weapon, Yi Li wouldn't have fallen off the cliff. If it wasn't for Mo Shuyao wanting Su Zue to live, he was afraid that the people from the Ding Palace would have already dismembered her into pieces. With a sigh, Han Mingyue said, "I only want to see her once. It's fine if I don't speak." Qin Feng had already picked up the file again. It was obvious that he wanted to see the guest out. "Young Master Qin, let me see Zudi once. I will use a top-secret information to exchange with you," Han Mingyue said in a deep voice. Qin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. He just said indifferently, "Qi Lin doesn't have any mission at the moment. He doesn't collect information. If young Master Han has anything to say, you can look for Prince." Han Mingyue smiled bitterly. Because of Su Zudi's matter, he had already looked for Mo Shuyao twice. Mo Shuyao had already made it clear that if he saw him again, he would either throw him to the Genom of Gojoseon of the Western Tomb, or let him accompany Su Zue. He really wanted to see Su Zue, but that was to protect her life. If he was really thrown to accompany Su Zue, then it would really be over. "Commander Qin, your prince will definitely be interested in this information. Moreover, this is also related to Princess Ding's death." Qin Feng's hand, that was flipping through the file, paused for a moment. He seemed to be considering for a moment before he said, "Tell me about it. I want to see Zudi first." Han Mingyue didn't forget Qin Feng's words just now. Qi Lin would do anything to achieve his goal, so it was obvious that burning the bridge after crossing the river was included. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, stood up and said, "No problem. You can see her, but you can't speak. She can't see you either." After he finished speaking, he grinned at Han Mingyue and said, I'm not worried that young Master Han will go back on his words. Similarly, if your information doesn't satisfy me, you will soon see what kind of punishment Su Zuidi will have to endure because of you. Han Mingyue's body stiffened. He stared at Qin Feng for a long time before he sighed and said, Princess Ding's methods of teaching people are really amazing. Qin Feng shrugged and said with a cold smile, it could have been even better. Please, young Master Han. Looking at the scene in front of him, Han Mingyue's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He really couldn't tell if he regretted trying so hard to see Su Zuidi or not. They were standing in an extremely simple and ordinary room. Normal people definitely wouldn't be able to find anything special here. But after the mechanism on the wall was opened, they could see that behind the wall was an empty secret room, and it was under their feet. They were high up and could see the entire secret room. With just a glance, Han Mingyue saw Su Zuidi. Because there was only Su Zuidi in the room at this time, but Han Mingyue seriously doubted whether the person on the ground was Su Zuidi or not. Su Zuidi's gray prison clothes were full of filth and bloodstains. She lay weakly on the dirty ground. Even if they were standing at such a high place, they could still faintly smell the unpleasant smell coming from below. Han Mingyue could clearly see that her fingers were strangely twisted, lying limply on the ground. Her leg was also twisted. Even though she was unconscious, her leg still spasmed from time to time. Her face was full of pain, and she shook her head and muttered something from time to time. If one looked carefully, they would find that she was saying, I was wrong. Spare me. Help. What did you do to her? Finally, he couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng didn't care and said indifferently, Don't tell me that the Tianyi Pavilion didn't torture her. Don't worry, my people aren't all greenhorns. Even if they don't know when to stop, they won't take her life. Han Mingyue couldn't help but shudder. Of course he knew about those secret torture methods. Young Master Mingyue wasn't a living Buddha. He had once tortured the enemies who fell into his hands without batting an eyelid, but he had never thought that those methods would be used on the woman he loved most. She's just a weak woman. How could she bear those methods? Qin Feng shrugged. Who cared if she could bear it or not, as long as she didn't die? In fact, she can bear it better than the average person. Regarding this point, Qin Feng still viewed Su Zuidi in a new light. Torture was not something that could be learned just by talking about it. Of course, it required training, and training naturally required people. Su Zuidi wasn't alone. In fact, there were two other people who came in with Su Zuidi, two men who knew martial arts. Without going easy on them, the two men couldn't stand it and committed suicide. Su Zuidi was still alive. Actually, we can't be blamed for this. The princess consort was originally very opposed to this kind of bloody interrogation method. She was also very knowledgeable about it. Unfortunately, she disappeared before she could teach us everything. So, we can only trouble Miss Su to continue using the old method. Also, young Master Han, you don't have to worry. The injuries on her body aren't. Well, except for her leg, they aren't irreversible. Someone would help her reattach her finger bones tomorrow morning. With the healing elixir provided by Mr. Shun, she will recover in 10 days. Chapter 395. Han Mingyue's face darkened. After she recovers, I'll let you break her, pinch, and break her fingers. Her fingers are too slender, so it's not easy to break them unless they're completely smashed. Qin Feng corrected her. Like this, will her hand be able to fully recover in the future? Han Mingyue roared. Just from Qin Feng's tone, she understood that this was not the first time, nor would it be the last. No matter how good Xinyang's medicine was, it was impossible not to leave behind some side effects. Qin Feng raised his brows, calmly asking, Does Mr. Han think she still has a chance to leave? Prince did not say that he would guarantee that she would be unharmed. In fact, the fact that Su Zuidi was still intact was already a sign that his subordinates had a good sense of propriety. Mr. Han, don't worry. We won't touch her face. If Mr. Han's information satisfies me, you can take some time to draw 2 portraits as a souvenir. Prince said that if you make her too ugly, you'll scare the princess consort and the little heir. Han Mingyue's face turned ashen, but she could not say anything. Finally, she took a deep look at the woman lying on the ground, breathing weakly, and turned to follow Qin Feng out of the room. The man by Mo Jingqi's side, called Tan Jiji, is a descendant of the previous dynasty's royal family. Facing Qin Feng's cold eyes, Han Mingyue said. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Han, are you playing with me? A descendant of the previous dynasty's royal family? If it was in the past, this would be good news. But now, they and Mo Jingqi could be said to be like fire and water. Who had the time to care if the people by his side were descendants of the previous dynasty? Even if Mo Jingqi was a descendant of the previous dynasty, it had nothing to do with them." Han Mingyue coldly said. Although Tan Jiji only officially appeared in court this year, he has been by Mo Jingqi's side for more than 10 years. He is Mo Jingqi's most trusted confidant and think tank. Do you think this is important? Mo Jingqi's confidant and think tank? Qin Feng's brows furrowed. To be able to be selected by Mo Xiuyao and given to Yi Li from the many Black Cloud cavalry members, as well as obtain Yi Li's approval to become Qi Lin's commander, regardless of which aspect Qin Feng's abilities were at least above average. Therefore, after hearing Han Mingyue's words, Qin Feng immediately understood what Han Mingyue was trying to say. As a descendant of the previous dynasty, even if it had been more than 200 years since the fall of the previous dynasty, for such a person to appear beside the current emperor as a trusted aide, it would always attract some attention and vigilance. Of course, Qin Feng would not forget that when Mo Jingqi attempted to seize military power from Princess Consort in the Chu capital, this person called Tan Jiji had made things difficult for Princess Consort. In just a moment, Qin Feng's mind had turned hundreds of times. Staring at Han Mingyue in front of him, Qin Feng said expressionlessly, "How can I believe that what you said is not true? Also, if this information is not even known to the Prince Ding mansion, how did young Master Han know?" Han Mingyue said indifferently, "In any case, I was once the head of the Tianyi Pavilion. The Tianyi Pavilion had the largest source of information in the world. What was so strange about knowing some information that others did not know?" Qin Feng snorted softly. If it was other information, this one might not find it strange. But in the Chu capital, does the Tianyi Pavilion really have the ability to find out information that even the Prince Ding mansion does not know? These years, not only did the emperor keep an eye on the Ding mansion, but the Ding mansion also never relaxed their guard against Mo Jingqi. Otherwise, the Ding mansion would have been swallowed by the royal family during these years when Prince Ding was seriously ill and shut himself in. If you don't believe me, I have nothing to say. This person is definitely involved in Princess Ding's matter this time. You can think about it. If Mo Xiuyao and Mo Jingqi break off their relationship, who will really benefit? Of course, it would be the surrounding countries and Mo Jingli who occupied the land. Of course, if what Han Mingyue said was true, then Tan Jiji would also be counted as one of them. In fact, whether Qin Feng believed it or not, this kind of information had to be reported to Mo Xiuyao. However, Mo Xiuyao's reaction to this made Han Mingyue turn pale with fright. "Cut off Su Zudi's left arm? You're crazy." Looking at the calm Mo Xiuyao, Han Mingyue roared angrily. Mo Xiuyao raised his head to look at him and said indifferently, "Tell me the source of the information. Otherwise, in less than 2 hours, I will cut off a part of Su Zudi's arm and give it to you." "I told you," Han Mingyue said angrily. "I don't believe you." Mo Xiuyao pushed away the account book in front of him and said, "Don't forget who has the Tianyi Pavilion. I know how many people you have in the capital. Or are you telling me that you're hiding something from me from the deal you made with me? If that's the case, I can still kill Su Zudi." Han Mingyue looked at him with a complicated expression. "Don't forget that her father and brother died for your Mo family." Mo Xiuyao leaned back in his chair. His pale face was filled with fatigue and indifference. "So what?" I said. "If Miss Li doesn't come this year, no one can save her." Yi Li was already dead. Han Mingyue really wanted to shout this out, but looking at Mo Xiuyao's indifferent eyes, he couldn't say it. Or rather, he didn't dare. He wasn't sure what the consequences would be if he shouted this out. "Mo Xiuyao, you're crazy," Han Mingyue said in a low voice. Emo Xiaoyao sneered in a low voice. He didn't care about Han Mingyue's evaluation at all. I've always been more clear-headed than you. I know what I want to do. Han Mingyue, do you know? He wanted to wait for Miss Li and their baby to come back. If Miss Li didn't come, he would kill slowly. He would kill those who wanted to hurt Miss Li and those who got in their way until Miss Li came back or he died. Now tell me the answer. Or do you want Su Zudi's arm? Han Mingyue closed his eyes in defeat. He began to doubt whether telling Emo Xiaoyao this information was right or wrong. Zudi told me. Interesting. Emo Xiaoyao laughed softly. Su Zudi told you? A woman far away in Xiling. A woman who was treated as a chess piece by Genom of Gojoseon that could be discarded at any time, would actually know such secret information? Qin Feng, Zhuijing. Your subordinates are here. The two men stepped forward to accept the order. Emo Xiaoyao said coldly, I want an answer from Su Zudi within a day. I don't care what method you use. The two men looked at each other and said, Your subordinates obey. Qin Feng and Zhuijing accepted the order and left. Han Mingyue looked at Emo Xiaoyao in bewilderment, unable to speak for a long time. Emo Xiaoyao rubbed between his eyebrows, threw down the scroll in his hand, and looked coldly at Han Mingyue and said, Han Mingyue, you should know why I put up with you until now. Han Mingyue lowered his head and smiled bitterly. I know. Naturally, it's not because of our friendship. Emo Xiaoyao said, You should be glad that you have a good brother. You should be even more glad that Han Mingxi is a friend that Miss Li acknowledges. Don't cause trouble for him. He won't be able to save you every time. Han Mingyue was silent. He knew that Han Mingxi had been in Riyang City all this time. Although the two brothers hadn't met, he could still sense that Han Mingxi had secretly sent people to take care of him. Han Mingxi was worried about hurting his pride, so he rarely let him know what he did. He was afraid that the one who secretly inquired about the Qilin's residence was also Han Mingxi, who pleaded for leniency on his behalf. He lowered his head sadly and said, I, as his brother, have wronged him. Chapter 396. Emo Xiaoyao snorted. In this life, besides being obsessed with Su Zudi, who else had Han Mingyue done right? Xiaoyao, I beg you let Zudi go. Han Mingyue spat out his request with difficulty. Earlier, even if he lowered his stance, he still had chips to negotiate with Emo Xiaoyao. But now, he had nothing left and could only beg, get out. Emo Xiaoyao said lightly. Xiao. Han Mingyue still wanted to plead for mercy, but he saw a scarlet flash in Emo Xiaoyao's eyes and a strong force hit him in the face. Before he could finish his words, Han Mingyue was already sent flying. He fell hard in the courtyard outside the door, and the door of the study was closed in front of his eyes at the same time. Emo Xiaoyao's move was fast and ruthless. Han Mingyue didn't even have time to defend himself and was sent flying. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother! A dark red robe silently appeared beside Han Mingyue. Han Mingyue looked up and saw Han Mingxi's originally unruly handsome face full of worry and sadness. Holding Han Mingxi's hand to stand up, Han Mingyue looked at his brother with some shame. He didn't want to appear in front of his brother in such a sorry state. Mingxi, I'm sorry. Han Mingxi shook his head silently and looked at Han Mingyue. Brother, don't waste your time. As long as Jun Weitian doesn't come back, no one can save Su Zudi. These days, Han Mingxi had given up the idea of persuading his brother to forget Su Zudi. He just told him that his current efforts were not desirable. The reason why Prince Ding still keeps Su Zudi alive is not because he can't bear to part with her. It was just that he needed Su Zudi to live. Letting Su Zudi die so easily was letting her off easy. Just like how the Maist army clearly had the ability to kill Marquis Muyang on the battlefield, but Emo Xiaoyao still ordered him to be released. However, no one knew what awaited Marquis Muyang in the future. Yili is already dead, Han Mingyue said through gritted teeth. Han Mingxi's expression darkened as he said in a low voice, As long as we don't see her corpse with our own eyes, she's still alive. Big brother, you better pray that Jun Wei's corpse isn't really found otherwise. No one knew what Emo Xiaoyao would do. Ever since Jun Wei's accident, Emo Xiuyao gave people the feeling that he was too strong. Other than killing the 7,000 soldiers who were searching for Junwei and expelling the Dechu state soldiers who were stationed outside Feihong Pass, he did not show any attitude towards the death of the princess. However, Han Mingxi was close to the core of the Prince Ding mansion. Even if Emo Xiuyao did not say anything, he could faintly feel that Emo Xiuyao was setting up a trap. Once he really made his move, it would be accompanied by endless bloodshed. If Princess Ding, Han Mingxi shook his head and said indifferently, "A dragon has a reverse scale. If you touch it, you will die." Big brother, you're on your own now. Imperial Mausoleum. In the cold Imperial Mausoleum, Tan Jiji's face was even colder than the entire Imperial Mausoleum. Being played by his ancestor caused him to have no place to vent the anger in his chest. Yi Li was very perceptive and did not provoke him at this time. The three left the White Jade Palace. Ever since Yi Li opened the door to the palace, all the mechanisms in the Imperial Mausoleum seemed to have disappeared. Even the bridge pier that had sunk into the river of water rose back to its original position. The three retreated to a stone room on the outside of the Imperial Mausoleum before sitting down to rest. After a long day, Yi Li was tired. She walked to a stone chair in the corner and sat down. She took out the dry food and water she had brought with her and started to eat. Tan Jiji sat across from her, leaning against the wall as he casually sat on the ground. His face no longer had the pride and confidence from before. His already gloomy face now had hints of decadence and viciousness. Princess Ding is very happy right now? Seeing Yi Li calmly eat, Tan Jiji asked darkly. Yi Li's hand that was holding the dry food paused. She faintly smiled and said, "Tan official, what are you saying? Sitting in such a gloomy place, Ben Fei can't be happy." How could Tan Jiji believe her? He laughed coldly and said, seeing that this one came up empty and Wang Fei saw a joke, "How could you not be happy?" Yi Li looked sincerely at him and said with certainty, "Ben Fei doesn't like to rejoice in other people's misfortunes." Hearing this, Tan Jiji's face twisted again. He quickly stared at Yi Li and smiled, even though this one came up empty. "But, meeting Princess Ding and the future Prince Ding's heir, I didn't lose out. Of course, I have to thank Father." Dr. Lin ignored him with a cold face and pretended not to hear him. Yi Li smiled and said, "I also have to thank Master. If it weren't for Master's help, Ben Fei wouldn't have been able to wait until today to see Tan official." Tan Jiji looked at Yi Li strangely and didn't use words to force her. He had been by Yi Li's side longer than most people thought, so he naturally had some understanding of Yi Li. If the person Mo Jingqi hated the most in this world was Mo Xiuyao, the person he hated the most was probably Yi Li. Although in Tan Jiji's view, this hatred was purely due to Mo Jingqi's own brain damage. In Mo Jingqi's view, King Ding's mansion, which was already on the verge of collapse, and Mo Xiuyao, who was already half dead, completely lost control because of Yi Li's appearance. This made Mo Jingqi feel anger and hatred, as if 10 years of work had been destroyed in an instant. Compared to Mo Xiuyao, Mo Jingqi probably hoped that Yi Li would die first. Although Tan Jiji didn't agree with Mo Jingqi's inexplicable hatred, this didn't prevent him from attaching importance to Yi Li. Of course, he understood that a woman like Yi Li wasn't someone he could control with just a few words. Tan Jiji's eyes turned slightly, and he tactfully changed the topic. "It's been so long. Doesn't Princess want to know how Prince Ding is doing?" Yi Li tugged the corner of her lips and gave him a fake smile. "Is Tan official willing to tell me?" Tan Jiji smiled and said, "It's my honor to be able to speak with Princess. Speaking of which, His Highness Prince Ding is really devoted to Princess. On the second day after Princess fell off the cliff, the 7,000 soldiers at the foot of the mountain were all beheaded. His Highness Prince Ding also withdrew all the Mahist army that was originally resisting Nanzhao and Shiling. Now the Chu state can be said to be in endless war." Seeing Yi Li frown, Tan Jiji continued, "If that's the case, it's fine. Prince Ding also expelled all the Dechu state troops outside Feihong Pass and killed all the soldiers who resisted. Now, who doesn't know that Prince Ding has rebelled? His Highness is furious for a woman. Princess, are you very touched? Yi Li's expression didn't change. Thank you, Tin official, for telling me. As a woman, knowing Prince's actions, I'm naturally very touched. Tan Jiji raised an eyebrow. Princess comes from the Su family in Yunzhou. The Su family has always been loyal. Does Princess have nothing else to say? Yi Li smiled apologetically and said, married women follow their husbands. No matter what Prince does, even if the world curses him, in this Fei's eyes, he is always right. To have a wife like this, His Highness Prince Ding is truly blessed. Tan Jiji gritted his teeth. Yi Li smiled and said, Tan official is too kind. In reality, compared to my prince, I'm more interested in Tan official's matters. Chapter 397. Tan Jiji was startled, staring warily at the woman in plain clothes who was smiling brightly in front of him. Yi Li waved her hand, smiling faintly. Official Tan doesn't need to be nervous. Since you've already let this consort know your identity, you don't care about anything else, right? Tan Jiji was silent. That's right, his biggest secret was his identity. If this was no longer a secret, then what else could he not say? Raising his head, Tan Jiji's lips held a trace of a smile. It was a pity that he was used to having a gloomy face and could not look elegant. However, no one cared. Tan Jiji raised his brows and smiled. To be able to interest the princess, this one is really flattered. Yi Li smiled. Official Tan doesn't need to be so polite. This consort doesn't need to guess why Official Tan has been by Mo Jingqi's side for so many years. It must be for that matter, right? Tan Jiji nodded slightly. That's right. As a descendant of the previous dynasty, there was no need to guess why he would spend so much effort to hide by the emperor's side. Official Tan, have you seen how many descendants of the previous dynasty have succeeded in reviving the country? Yi Li put down the dry food in her hands and poured out some water to clean her hands. Tan Jiji's face darkened. Staring coldly at Yi Li smiled. Official Tan doesn't need to worry. This consort isn't mocking you. Official Tan might as well think about this consort's question. Indeed, not many have succeeded. Does the princess have any brilliant ideas? I don't dare to have any brilliant ideas. In fact, reviving a country is far more difficult than establishing a country, isn't it? The previous dynasty has been around for 200 years. Which commoner would risk their lives for a descendant of the royal family who has been extinct for so many generations? As a descendant of the previous dynasty, what benefits can Official Tan give them to make them risk their lives for you? Official Tan wants to revive the country, but you don't know. Where will the money, soldiers, and talents come from? Official Tan doesn't think that once the Ding King's manor is gone and Mo Jingqi is killed, the Dechu state will return to you, right? Although Official Tan didn't get the treasure you wanted this time, this mausoleum is still worth a lot of money. This one thanks Wang Fei for the reminder. Tan Jiji looked at Yi Li for a while and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Yi Li was silent. I didn't remind you. I just wanted to hurt you. But it made sense. How could a person who wanted to restore his country and could endure humiliation and lurk by Mo Jingqi's side for so many years be completely unprepared? Yi Li thought about the information she had just learned from Tan Jiji, but there was not the slightest fluctuation on her face. Yi Li had always been good at keeping her distance when interacting with others. She knew very well that she could not continue. If she continued, Tan Jiji wouldn't want to use her to negotiate with Mo Xiaoyao. Instead, he wanted to kill her to silence her. Yi Li didn't want to speak, but Tan Jiji was clearly very interested in Yi Li. Speaking of which, with Wang Fei's intelligence, how could she have been forced to marry Prince Ding? Or perhaps before our emperor knew, Princess Consort and His Highness Prince Ding were already in love? Official Tan, you've read too many novels, haven't you? This consort has good taste. Yi Li glanced at him and said indifferently, Good taste? Tan Jiji asked with amusement. He clearly snorted disdainfully at Yi Li's words. No matter how one looked at it, marrying Mo Xiaoyao was not a good thing. Yi pursed her lips and decided not to explain the problem of her taste to outsiders. If one simply looked at it from the perspective of a woman in this era, marrying Immerse was indeed not a good thing. But to Yi, it was the best choice. She didn't have to deal with countless women in the back courtyards. She didn't have to spend the rest of her life talking about rouge and face powder with the noble ladies. She also didn't have to live in a small world for the rest of her life. Even if she had prepared for this kind of life, why wouldn't she want a better choice? Even if it was far from the peace and quiet she had hoped for, there was always a price to pay. She couldn't hope to enjoy the freedom she had in her previous life without any responsibilities or obligations. Other people's views and opinions were not important. Many things were just like drinking water. What Mo Xiao had given her made her happy, and she was willing to do anything for him. That was all. Although the treasures in the imperial tomb were fake, the size of the tomb did not disappoint the reputation of the imperial tomb. According to the map, other than the necessary rest, there were no delays. The three of them walked for an entire day before they reached the exit. Walking out of the imperial tomb, Yi closed her eyes in discomfort at the sunlight that greeted her. She raised her hand to cover her eyes. After a while, she opened them again and saw Tan Jiji looking at her with a smile. Princess truly trusts this one. Yi smiled faintly and said, if official Tan wanted to make a move against this consort, wouldn't you have done it in the imperial tomb? Official Tan can rest assured this consort will not run away. After all, my child is the most important. Tan Jiji nodded in satisfaction. It's good that Princess understands. To be honest, this one doesn't want to be rough with Princess. Ever since meeting Tan Jiji, Dr. Lin had become very quiet. Most of the time, it was Yi and Tan Jiji who were talking. Dr. Lin only listened with a cold face as the two of them tested each other. Standing at the bottom of the cliff, he watched as the entrance to the imperial tomb slowly closed and disappeared without a trace. Dr. Lin turned and walked forward. Tan Jiji's face darkened as he stared at Dr. Lin's back and said, "Father, where do you want to go?" Dr. Lin turned around and coldly said, "You've already entered the imperial tomb. Do you still need to care where an old man like me goes?" Tan Jiji looked at Dr. Lin with a complicated expression. After a moment of silence, he said, "Father, I want the location of the imperial tomb." Dr. Lin's face revealed a trace of shock. He stared at Tan Jiji and said, "You think this imperial tomb is fake?" Tan Jiji stood with his hands behind his back. "There's nothing inside. Isn't it obvious?" Dr. Lin chuckled. "I told you before that there are no treasures in the imperial tomb, but you didn't believe me. Now that you've seen it with your own eyes, you're suspecting that this is not the real imperial tomb? Are you trying to say that this old man has hidden the real treasure?" Tan Jiji did not speak. His expression seemed to indicate that he agreed with Dr. Lin's words. A trace of sadness and pain flashed across Dr. Lin's face. He stared at Tan Jiji and sneered, Good. Even if I did hide the treasure, what are you going to do about it? Kill an old man like me?" "Father." Tan Jiji clenched his teeth as he stared at Dr. Lin with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He proudly stared at Dr. Lin's slightly hunched figure and coldly said, "Have you forgotten? You are not my biological father. Those treasures don't belong to the Tan family." A mocking smile appeared on Dr. Lin's face, but in Yi Li's eyes, it looked more like crying. "Then don't forget, you still carry the Tan family surname." Tan Jiji's expression changed, and his face became even uglier. I say, shouldn't we leave this place first? We should still be near Riyang, right?" Yi suddenly asked. Chapter 398. Tan Jiji paused and finally swallowed the words he was about to say. He looked at Dr. Lin and said stiffly, "Come with me." Dr. Lin raised his white eyebrows and was about to speak when Yi reached out and grabbed his arm. Yi said apologetically, "Master, I seem to be feeling a little unwell. I'll have to trouble you to take a look at me later." Dr. Lin was stunned for a moment. He looked deeply at Yi and finally stopped objecting. Suppressing the father and son who were about to have a fierce conflict, Yi sighed slightly in her heart. She carelessly touched the piece of cloth in her sleeve and followed the footsteps of Tan Jiji, who was walking in front of her. Tan Jiji walked forward and looked back at Yi Li, saying, "My men are not far from here. Princess, don't be agitated. We won't go to Ruyang this time, so you may not be able to see His Highness Prince Ding for the time being." Yi Li smiled faintly, saying, "Since I've fallen into your hands, I'll naturally listen to your arrangements. But I'm a little curious. Does Lord Tan plan to take me back to the capital?" Tan Jiji smiled, saying, "Why would you think so? What good will it do me to take you back to the capital?" Yi Li lowered her eyes. "Then I'm even more curious. What excuse did Lord Tan use to leave the capital for so long? Mo Jingqi's suspicious heart is not clear." Tan Jiji smiled slightly proudly, saying, "Since I can gain His Majesty's trust, how can I not even spare a little time? As for where you're going, you'll know when you arrive." Yi Li smiled. "In that case, I'll wait and see. Since you could deceive Mo Jingqi for so many years, let me see if you have the ability to walk out of Feihong Pass." This was a very inconspicuous town not far from Ruyang City. It was also the first town they saw after leaving the Imperial Mausoleum. There were no more than 100 families in total. Every 2 days, the people from the nearby villages would bring the things they needed to exchange for other things they needed. Only then would it become more lively. When they entered the town, they were just in time to catch up with the town's market. Tan Jiji had changed his clothes, and the three of them looked like a family of 3, an old man and a young couple. They were not too eye-catching. Stepping into a shabby inn, the 3 of them were quickly welcomed to the backyard of the inn. This was clearly a stronghold that Tan Jiji had prepared beforehand. It was completely different from the shabby front of the inn. The backyard was clean and quiet, unlike the scenery of a small town in the northwest. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, someone came out to welcome him. "Jiji, you're finally back." A beautiful woman wearing a blue robe walked towards them. She didn't care that there were other people present. She rushed into Tan Jiji's arms and said, "Jiji, you're finally back. I've been worried for a long time. I was afraid that you had an accident." Tan Jiji was obviously very indulgent towards this young woman. His originally gloomy face had a bit of a smile. He softly said, "Aren't I fine? I've made you worry." The blue-robed woman withdrew from his arms. Only then did she see Yi Li and Dr. Lin standing to the side. Of course, her eyes were mainly focused on Yi Li, pointing at Yi Li. Her eyes were filled with jealousy and disgust. "Who is this woman?" Yi Li's mouth twitched. "Big sister, can't you see that I'm still pregnant? Isn't this jealousy a bit too fierce?" Tan Jiji quickly pulled her back and softly comforted her. "Lin, she's still useful. You can't touch her. You know that I only have you in my heart." The blue-robed woman was not satisfied because of this. She stared at Tan Jiji. "You still haven't told me who she is." Tan Jiji helplessly smiled and said, "She is Princess Ding, so don't hurt her." A sharp light flashed in the blue-robed woman's eyes. Leaning against Tan Jiji, she looked at Yi Li. "Princess Ding? Didn't Princess Ding die? How could she appear here?" Tan Jiji softly said, "We met by accident. Have someone look after her." The blue-robed woman smiled brightly and said, "Don't worry. When have I ever failed to do what you've asked me to do?" Tan Jiji nodded and turned to Yi Li. "Princess Ding, we'll be staying here for 2 days. If you have any problems, you can tell Lin Burr. She will help you." Yi Li did not have any objections to this. However, the blue-robed woman was unhappy. She glared at Tan Jiji and said, "What do you mean? I'm not her servant." Thus, Tan Jiji coaxed her with sweet words. After a long time, he finally managed to cheer her up. With a soft snort, he said, "All right, I'll take good care of her." Yi Li did not care about the 2 of them flirting in front of her. She only lowered her eyes and smiled faintly. However, her mind was racing. She had never seen this woman called Lin before, but her voice sounded familiar. She inadvertently raised her head and glanced at the blue-robed woman. She looked to be in her early 20s and was very beautiful. There was a trace of strange charm between her eyebrows. However, the way she looked at Tan Jiji seemed to be filled with love. And her voice. She spoke the language of the Central Plains very well. However, people like Yi Li, who had received some special listening training, could still detect that there were some sounds in her pronunciation. Yi Li had only seen one person who spoke like this before. It was Nanzhao's Princess Anxi. Looking at the blue-robed woman in front of her, Yi Li's expression did not change. Lin, the saintess of Nanjiang, Shu Manlin. It seemed that their previous guesses had been wrong. They had all thought that Shu Manlin and Mo Jingli were in cahoots. Now it seemed Mo Jingli was just a tool and a shield. The true mastermind was the young man with a gentle smile in front of her, Tan Jiji. Thinking this through, Yi Li's evaluation of Tan Jiji reached a new height. He was a quiet and unknown figure who was able to play two countries in the palm of his hand. Compared to the sometimes crazy and sometimes impulsive Mo Jingqi and the brainless Mo Jingli, this man in front of her was the one she should be wary of. Princess, what are you thinking about? Tan Jiji finally finished communicating with the blue-robed woman. He turned to stare at Yi Li and asked probingly. Yi Li glanced faintly at him. How could she be lost in thought in a place like this? It's nothing. Seeing that Tan official and Miss Lin have such a good relationship, I can't help but feel a bit emotional. The blue-robed woman leaned against Tan Jiji and giggled. Princess Ding, Mrs. Prince Ding. Yi Li smiled and did not refute. She said faintly, I've been away from home for a long time. Not only do I miss Prince, I'm also worried about my family. This princess did not receive any news from Big Brother before this incident. Does Tan official have any news? Big Brother? Tan Jiji stilled and quickly reacted. Princess is talking about the eldest son of the Su family, Su Qingqian. Yi Li nodded. She clearly saw the blue-robed woman's expression stiffen. A trace of resentment and unwillingness flashed through her eyes. She smiled slightly in her heart. It seemed that the woman in front of her was indeed Saint Lady Shu Manlin of Nanjiang. Although she didn't see Shu Manlin's true face that day in the secret chamber of the Southern Kingdom's imperial palace, she heard her voice talking to her elder brother. The obsession and craziness in her voice for her elder brother didn't seem like the woman in front of her who was so attached to Tan Jiji. As expected, were they all masters of acting? Chapter 399. She was placed in the deepest room of the courtyard, and Tan Jiji did not appear again. Instead, the beautiful woman in blue came to take a look from time to time, saying that she was taking care of her, and then said some provocative and mocking words. Every time she saw Yi Li smiling calmly, she only gnashed her teeth in anger. Yi Li was not dissatisfied with this. Tan Jiji did not allow his subordinates to talk to her or have contact with her. After a long time, Yi Li was worried that she would have depression. It was good to have someone to grind her teeth. However, Yi Li was a little curious. Was this woman targeting her because of Tan Jiji or because of Su Qingqian? You can endure it. After taking her pulse, Dr. Lin said as he packed up his things. Yi Li leisurely leaned back in the chair and drank the tonic that had just been stewed. She smiled and said, It's not that I can't endure it. Master, don't you think that your life now is much more comfortable than in the imperial mausoleum and that small village? If she needed any tonic or medicine, there would be someone to help her at any time. This was what a pregnant woman should do. She should not follow people she was not familiar with and dig up graves. Dr. Lin looked at her with a complicated expression. Aren't you worried that he will use you to threaten Prince Ding? Yi Li shrugged helplessly. Since I've already fallen into his hands, what's the use of worrying? Before the child is born, he can't make things difficult for me, right? As for you, Master, I think that Tan Jiji knows the danger and still stays in our prince's territory. It's not a good thing. Dr. Lin's expression changed slightly. Of course, he knew why Tan Jiji had not left yet. It was not that Tan Jiji did not look for him in the past 2 days, but Dr. Lin's old face smiled bitterly. If I say that I really don't know, would you believe me? Yi Li nodded. I believe you. Just by looking at the message on the piece of cloth, one could tell that the previous dynasty's great ancestor was an existence that did not care about evil. He was completely capable of not letting anyone know the true whereabouts of himself and the treasure. It's a pity that Tan Jiji doesn't believe it. Dr. Lin sighed silently. Dr. Lin looked at Yi Li and said, "You're not worried at all because you're confident that you can escape from here." "Why?" Yi Li looked at him with some regret and said, "If it was in the past, this place really wouldn't be able to trap me. But now, Master, I don't have the ability to let a pregnant woman who is 7 months pregnant escape alone. In fact, there was no need to worry about this. If Tan Jiji was smart, he should know what benefits he could get by using the chips in his hands." As for Mo Xiuyao, thinking of Mo Xiuyao, Yi Li's gaze softened. "Even if we have to pay a price, I believe he won't mind. As long as Lord Tan didn't ask for too much and dream of some impossible conditions." "Lord Tan, who is it?" Tan Jiji walked in with a calm face. Beside him was the beautiful saintess of the south, Shu Manlin. Tan Jiji looked at the relaxed Yi Li sitting in the cushioned and comfortable chair. He smiled faintly and said, "Everyone says that a wise man submits to circumstances. Princess really makes this one have a whole new level of respect for you." Yi Li nodded and accepted his praise. She said, "Fighting to the death with both sides injured is what a boorish man would do. Not to mention, this consort's current situation isn't even enough for both sides to be injured." Tan Jiji sneered and said, "Princess is too modest." "That's right. Let me tell Princess a piece of good news. It should make Princess happy. Today, soldiers from the Mahist army suddenly appeared in this town. What does Princess think is going on?" Yi Li's expression was calm, and she pretended not to see Tan Jiji's probing gaze on her. She smiled faintly and said, "Shouldn't you ask Lord Tan about this? If Lord Tan really suspects that this consort has done something, this consort can't do anything about it, right? I'm a fish on the chopping block." Tan Jiji snorted and said, "It's good that Princess understands her situation. It's best if you don't put the little heir in danger. If something happens, not only Prince Ding, but this one will also feel very regretful." Yi Li raised the teacup in her hand and raised it to Tan Jiji. She smiled and said, "Many thanks for Lord Tan's reminder. Since Lord Tan has said so, this consort will give Lord Tan a suggestion. It's best if you leave the northwest as soon as possible. Since you've already attracted the prince's attention, the Mahist army may be easy to deal with. However, the Shadow Guard is not so easy for Lord Tan to deal with. If Qi Lin is attracted because of this, Lord Tan, I really don't want to say whether you've profited or suffered a loss." The corners of Tan Jiji's eyes twitched slightly. He had followed Mo Jingqi for many years and naturally had many dealings with the Shadow Guard. How could he not know how powerful they were? As for Qi Lin, although he hadn't met him yet, in the past 6 months, Qi Lin's reputation had spread far and wide. Tan Jiji couldn't help but be cautious. Tan Jiji looked at Dr. Lin, who was sitting next to him, and an unwilling expression flashed across his face. Shu Manlin obviously didn't agree. She stood up and said, "Jiji, don't forget the purpose of our trip. If we go back like this, the Imperial Jade Seal, the symbol of the heavens. It was said that the founding treasures of the previous dynasty were countless treasures accumulated by the ancestors of the previous dynasty. After the founding of the country, these treasures were hidden in a secret place. There were also the legendary secret books on the art of war. The ancestors of the previous dynasty were like gods when it came to war, but they weren't able to leave behind even a single book on the art of war. It was said that these were all hidden by the ancestors, waiting for their descendants to discover them. As long as they had these, how could they not succeed?" Tan Jiji gritted his teeth and waved his hand. "Someone come, take Dr. Lin away." 2 men appeared at the door and took the order to drag Dr. Lin away. Yi Li frowned. "Lord Tan, if you take Dr. Lin away, what will happen to me?" Tan Jiji looked at her and said indifferently, "Princess Ding, don't worry. Lin, and I also know a little about medicine. As long as we leave the northwest, this one will definitely find another famous doctor to take care of the princess. He's your father," Yi Li said in a low voice as she looked at the expressionless Dr. Lin. Shu Manlin snorted and said, What kind of father is he? He's just relying on the fact that he raised Gigi. Gigi is a descendant of the previous dynasty's imperial family. He's just a servant of the imperial family. Gigi respects him because of his kindness in raising him. Does he really think he's someone to Gigi? Take him away. Seeing Dr. Lin being taken away, Yili closed her eyes in exhaustion. She looked at Tan Gigi and said in a low voice, "You'll regret this." Tan Gigi snorted in disdain and said, "Princess, rest well. We'll be on our way tomorrow morning." After he finished speaking, he hugged Shu Manlin and turned to leave. Shu Manlin turned around and gave Yi Li a provocative look. Yi Li glanced at her. She wasn't in the mood to pay attention to this boring woman. Late at night, a fast horse galloped into Ryong City. The soldiers guarding the city walls immediately became vigilant. The people at the foot of the city walls seemed to be prepared. They casually threw something up. The soldiers guarding the city walls caught it and checked it over and over again. After that, they waved their hands and said, "Let them pass." A moment later, the city gates opened. The person on the horse didn't care about anything else. He pulled on the reins and rushed into the city. Chapter 400. In the city where Qi Lin was stationed, Qin Feng, who was almost asleep when he was woken up by someone, looked a little gloomy. He quickly walked into the study and asked Emo Hua, who was waiting for him, "It's so late. What's the matter?" Emo Hua looked a little strange. After a moment of silence, she took out a folded piece of paper and handed it to Qin Feng. "The shadow guard just came. Take a look." Qin Feng frowned. The paper in his hand was an extremely ordinary prescription. There was nothing wrong with the paper or the handwriting. He raised his head and asked, "What's wrong with the prescription?" Emo Hua said, "This was sent by a spy of the Tianyi Pavilion. A few days ago, 2 men and a woman came to the small town. The woman is a few months pregnant and is staying in an inn in the town. That inn is the target of the Tianyi Pavilion's current surveillance. Yesterday, the people in the inn went to get the medicine. This is a prescription for pregnancy stabilizing. However, 2 of the medicines are obviously too heavy. The doctor in charge carefully read the prescription to be cautious. He found some strange pictures of himself on it, but they couldn't decipher it at all." Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Emo Hua excitedly. Emo Hua was silent. The 2 of them were silent for a moment. Qin Feng grabbed the prescription in his hand and looked at it slowly in front of the candlelight. 2 blurred lines of himself gradually appeared on the originally clean prescription. Although they were blurred, it didn't stop Qin Feng from looking at the familiar and special problem. He couldn't help but say excitedly, "Quick, go see the prince. There's news of the princess consort." "Prince, Commander Qin requests to see you." The guard outside the study reported respectfully. In the study, Emo Shuyao, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. There was no trace of sleepiness in his eyes. He said calmly, "Let him in." Not long after, Qin Feng rushed in with Emo Hua. He couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. Emo Shuyao had always been very generous towards the people around Yi Li. Otherwise, with his current temper, Han Mingxi would have already died. Therefore, he did not mind Qin Feng's rudeness. Frowning, he asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Feng could not restrain his excitement. In a loud voice he said, "Prince, there's news about Wang Fei." Emo Shuyao stared blankly at the candlelight in front of him, as if he didn't understand what Qin Feng was saying. Qin Feng was a little anxious and repeated, "Prince, there's news of the princess consort." Emo Shuyao finally came back to his senses. His half-closed eyes moved slightly. He said calmly, "Speak clearly." Qin Feng was puzzled by Emo Shuyao's calm attitude. Emo Hua, who was standing behind him, could clearly see that Prince's clenched fingers on the table were trembling. She hurriedly stepped forward and recounted what had happened. Under Qin Feng's interrogation, although Su Zudi had not revealed the entire truth, it was enough for them to know a lot about Tanjiji. Therefore, all of Tanjiji's strongholds in the northwest were naturally included in the Shadow Guard's knowledge. But they had not thought that the princess consort would fall into Tanjiji's hands. They had even appeared together in a small town not far from Riyang. They had even successfully sent a secret letter to them. Mo Xiaoyao took the prescription list. Qin Feng had written the password on it in a corner. Some strange symbols formed 2 lines of text. Mo Xiaoyao had seen some of it in Qi Lin's files, but he had not studied it in detail. He turned his gaze to Qin Feng. Qin Feng finally calmed down, but his eyes still flashed with sharpness. The princess consort says that everything is well. Please, Prince, do not worry. Well, do not worry. Mo Xiaoyao leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes. A long time later, he stood and ordered, "Send the order. Immediately go and welcome the princess consort back." Prince. Mo Hua stepped forward and blocked Mo Xiaoyao. He looked at him disapprovingly and said, "Prince, the princess consort can be welcomed by us. Prince, it is better for you to stay in Riyang. Prince, today is the 15th. Qin Feng just remembered that today was the day of the full moon. The prince could not move as he pleased. He also quickly agreed. Commander Mo's words are reasonable. Prince, this subordinate requests to go and welcome the princess consort back. Mo Hua stepped forward and said, "This subordinate is also willing to go." Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Enough. I know what to do. Send the order. We will depart in 15 minutes. Qin Feng, bring some people and follow I." Although he was worried about Mo Xiaoyao's health, he was overjoyed that Yili was safe. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the order and left. Outside the door, Zhu Jing and the others who had rushed over after receiving the news were standing at the door. When they saw Qin Feng come out, they quickly went forward. Qin Feng nodded to the 3 of them and hurriedly left to handle the matter. Zhu Jing and the others were also stunned. Their eyes shone with ecstasy. Lin Han's eyes could not help but turn red. However, he did not care. His face was full of joy that had not been seen for a long time. Early in the morning, Yili got up early to tidy up. Actually, Yili did not sleep well the entire night. Ever since Dr. Lin was taken away by Tanjiji, Yili did not hear any sound of him returning. Although she had only known Tanjiji for a few days, it was enough for Yi Li to understand how cruel this man's heart was. This caused Yi Li to worry about the old man who had saved her and her child's life. After sitting in the parlor for a while, Tanjiji walked in with Yi Li. Seeing that Yi Li seemed to be tired, he could not help but smile and say, "What is it? Princess Ding did not rest well last night? We are about to leave Riyang. Wang Fei is reluctant to leave?" Yi Li frowned and asked, "How is Dr. Lin?" Tanjiji was slightly surprised. He looked at Yi Li and said with a smile, "So Wang Fei is worried about him? Don't tell me that Princess Consort really has the so-called master-disciple relationship with my father?" Yi Li looked at him calmly and said, "Although it has not been long, it is a fact that Dr. Lin has taught me medicine. Even if it is feelings of master and disciple, what is wrong with that?" Tanjiji looked at Yi Li with a strange and mocking expression. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, Wang Fei really does not seem like someone from the imperial house. Right now, you can't even protect yourself, but Wang Fei still has the mood to care about someone you have just met?" Yi Li sneered indifferently. "Lord Tan, you can even give up the kindness of raising me for more than 20 years without batting an eye. You are indeed more like a member of the royal family than I am. You are indeed a descendant of the previous dynasty." Yi Li's words hit Tanjiji's sore spot. His expression instantly became ugly. He said coldly, "Since Wang Fei is ready, let us depart." "Tan Darren, please," Yi Li said faintly. Leaving the inn, even though there was only Yi Li, Tanjiji, and Shu Manlin with 3 or 4 servants, Yi Li was sensitive enough to feel that there were eyes following them from the shadows. Even though she had been restricted to the yard and could not go out these past few days, Yi Li estimated that there were at least 10 people hiding in the innermost yard where she and Dr. Lin lived, not to mention other places. If the secret guards rushed in a moment of impatience, it would be bad for them to be in such a small courtyard. Standing outside the door of the inn, Yili turned back to look at the deserted and old inn. She still did not see any trace of Dr. Lin. Tanjiji had not obtained the treasure he wanted, so he probably would not kill Dr. Lin. Yili could only hope in her heart. Chapter 401. As expected, the Mahist army passed by the town from time to time. They walked side by side in pairs. They didn't look like they were looking for someone, but more like they were patrolling. Tanjiji also noticed this situation. He frowned and waved for Shu Manlin to help Yi Li onto the carriage by the side of the road. After a while, the slow carriage slowly moved out of the town. Shu Manlin sat opposite Yi Li and stared at her with an unfriendly expression. Although Shu Manlin often came to the small courtyard to bully Yi Li, Dr. Lin was usually present. This was the first time the two were alone together. Yi Li looked calmly at the beautiful woman opposite her and smiled faintly. Shu Manlin raised her eyebrows and snorted disdainfully. She stared at Yi Li and said, "Do you know who I am?" Yi Li lowered her eyes. "I don't want to know who you are at all. Miss Lin, if you don't know who you are, how would I know?" Shu Manlin glanced at her arrogantly and said, "You don't have to pretend. I know you've already guessed my identity. Princess Ding, when you were in Nanzhao, you used the identity of Su Qingqian's fiancé to deceive me and that idiot Anshi. Do you think I won't guard against you?" Yi Li looked up at her and smiled. Then, "Holy Maiden, do you have any advice for me?" Compared to the young Princess Anshi, who ruled the country well, Yi Li couldn't see how Shu Manlin had the right to call her an idiot. She was indeed an idiot. Did she always think that others were idiots? You know what I want to say. If you know what's good for you, then obediently shut your mouth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Shu Manlin threatened in a low voice. Yi Li raised her eyebrows. Of course, she knew what she was talking about. So she was pestering Big Brother behind Tanjiji's back? However, Yi Li was surprised that Shu Manlin was afraid of Tanjiji. After all, in anyone's eyes, even if Tanjiji was a descendant of the previous dynasty's royal family, he was now just an emperor's personal attendant. He had no money, no power, and no one. On the other hand, Shu Manlin was the saintess of the southern border. Her status and power were almost on par with the southern border king's crown princess. Furthermore, she had the secret support of the southern border king and Mo Jingli. Even if they were hooking up, it should be Tanjiji who gave in to Shu Manlin. It seemed that she had underestimated Tanjiji because of his performance in the imperial mausoleum. Yi Li tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "Saintess, you should know that I'm not the kind of person who likes to gossip." Shu Manlin sneered. "It's good that you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to shut you up." Quietly looking at Shu Manlin, Yi Li's lips revealed a cold smile. "Saintess, your words make this consort very uncomfortable. Now, do you dare to kill me? No. Do you dare to attack me now?" Shu Manlin's pretty face sank. That's right, in the past few days, Tanjiji had repeatedly warned her not to touch Yi Li. Although she was unhappy, she wasn't the kind of woman who couldn't see the big picture. Since they didn't get the previous dynasty's treasure, the importance of Princess Ding as a bargaining chip became even more apparent. Now, not only could they not harm Yi Li, they even had to protect her. As long as they could safely bring Yi Li out of the Mahist army's sphere of influence, they would have two bargaining chips that they could use to threaten Mo Xiuyao at any time. "Yi Li, don't be too complacent. One day," Shu Manlin gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "one day, the bargaining chip would lose its effectiveness. In the future, she could torture the woman in front of her however she wanted." Thinking back to last year when Yi Li caused a ruckus in Nanzhao and what she did in Shattered Snow Pass, her original plan was almost completely destroyed. Whenever she thought of this, Shu Manlin couldn't help but want to skin her alive. Not to mention, she was Su Qingqian's cousin. Yi Li supported her head with her hand and leisurely reminded her, "Saintess, you should think about the present first. Who knows what will happen in the future? Of course, if you don't mind, I don't mind occasionally chatting with official Tan about what happened in Nanjiang. Something that the Saintess of Nanjiang and Gongzi Qingqian have to talk about." Shu Manlin's face turned green with anger. She raised her hand and wanted to slap Yili's face, but Yili was faster than her. Ah! Outside the carriage, Tanjiji, who was riding a horse, quickly caught up a few steps. He leaned over and lifted the curtain beside the carriage and saw Shu Manlin's raised hand. He frowned unhappily and said, "Lin, what are you doing? I said before, you can't be rude to the princess." Shu Manlin angrily put down her hand and cast a sharp look at Yili. She muttered in a low voice, "I know." Tanjiji looked at the two with some worry and said, "We're about to leave the town. Don't make trouble." Then he put down the curtain. Yili smiled at Shu Manlin and raised her eyebrows. Shu Manlin gritted her teeth. "Yili, just you wait." The carriage was stopped at the exit of the town. Fortunately, the people who stopped the inspection at the intersection were not the Mahist army, but ordinary yamen runners. This made Tanjiji breathe a sigh of relief. "Who was on the carriage? Get off!" The yamen runner who was outside the carriage shouted in a deep voice. Tanjiji put on a disguise and looked honest and scholarly. He went forward and said, "Official, this is what's going on?" The yamen runner knocked on the carriage door and said, "Under orders from above, we're searching for spies in the northwest. As long as it's a foreigner, we'll check all of them. Let the people inside come out." Tanjiji looked embarrassed as he said, "Official, please forgive me. My family's wife is 7 months pregnant. It's really inconvenient. Please be magnanimous and forgive me." As he said that, he slipped 2 ingots of silver to the official without leaving a trace. He had completely put on the appearance of a cowardly scholar. The yamen runner got the benefit. He looked at each other and said, "It's okay if you don't get off the carriage. Lift the curtain and take a look." As he said this, he didn't care if Tanjiji agreed or not. He went forward and lifted the curtain. He saw 2 young women sitting in the carriage. One of them had a young woman's hairstyle. Sure enough, she had a big belly. The other woman in blue was beautiful and moving. She smiled at him. The yamen runner was stunned and muttered in a low voice, "It's really a good fortune. In such a small place, there's actually such a beauty." Tanjiji smiled carefully and said, "Official, can this young man leave now?" The yamen runner looked inside with some reluctance. Then he put down the curtain and waved his hand. Go. "Thank you, official, thank you." Tanjiji said happily. He quickly waved his hand and let the coachman drive the carriage out of the town. Once the carriage was out of sight, the arrogance on the faces of the bailiffs outside the town gradually faded. One of them asked, "How was it? Did you see it clearly?" The yamen runner who lifted the curtain to check frowned and said, "It's the princess consort." The princess consort said that the other party has a lot of people, and there are people from Nanjiang. She told us to stay calm. Damn it. Seeing the princess consort pass by, the man next to him cursed in a low voice. His companion patted him on the shoulder and said, "Since he's been targeted by us, does he still want to take the princess consort and leave the northwest? This is indeed not the place to make a move. Now that the princess consort is pregnant, it's inconvenient for her to move. The woman in the carriage is also not a good person. What if she hurts the princess consort?" Chapter 402. Leaving the small town, Tanjiji clearly felt uneasy. He ordered people to speed up and rush to Feihong Pass without stopping. According to his original plan, there shouldn't have been any problems. He had been hiding between the Dechu state and Nanjiao for almost 10 years and hadn't attracted the attention of any of the nobles, including the Prince Ding mansion. And he hadn't entered the northwest from Feihong Pass. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have attracted Mo Xiuyao's attention. But the sudden appearance of the patrolling troops in the small town made him feel that he had lost control of something. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly thought of a person. He couldn't help but inwardly suck in a cold breath. He only hoped that woman wouldn't be so stupid as to reveal everything about him. A murderous intent flashed through his eyes. It shouldn't be. That woman should know that once she said it, she would die. Mo Xiuyao would definitely cut her to pieces. Gigi, rest for a while. I'm tired. Shu Manlin lifted the curtain and said with an ugly expression, She had been spoiled since she was young. How could she bear the pain of the bumpy carriage? She couldn't stand it anymore. Adding on Yi Li's occasional sarcastic remarks, Shu Manlin, who had endured for a long time, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tan Jiji glanced at her. Her expression was ugly. He remembered that Yi Li was still pregnant and couldn't be too bumpy. After hesitating, he nodded and said, "Rest for an hour." Shu Manlin happily called out that Jiji was great. Then she jumped off the carriage, wanting to stretch her muscles. Tan Jiji raised an eyebrow and looked at Yi Li in the carriage. "Wang Fei, do you want to come down for a walk?" Yi Li's face was pale. Adding on the fact that she hadn't slept well, she looked even more tired. She shook her head and said, "Since we've stopped, I'll sleep for a while. Don't disturb me." Tan Jiji didn't care. He naturally hoped that Yi Li had fewer things to do. Without waiting for him to say anything, Shu Manlin had already pulled him to the foot of a tree. "Jiji, go sit for a while and rest. It's so hot. I'm so tired." Tan Jiji was clearly very patient with her. He said in a low voice, "Since it's like this, you can also lean on me and sleep for a while. My successor is the best." In the afternoon, the horses grazed quietly in the woods. Under the shade of the tree, a pair of lovers sat together and rested. It was a quiet and peaceful picture. When Tan Jiji realized that something was wrong, he raised his head abruptly and suddenly realized that the silence in the forest was too strange. Unknowingly, a green-robed man appeared at the foot of a tree not far away. His black hair was like the clouds, and the silver dragon pattern on his green robe flickered luxuriously under the setting sun. The man's figure was thin, and his handsome face was covered with a silver half-mask, but it still couldn't hide the sickly paleness on his face. However, even if he just stood there quietly and raised his head slightly to look in their direction, he inadvertently revealed a natural noble aura that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. But at this moment, what made Tan Jiji feel a chill in his heart was that no one in the forest, including the guard standing guard not far away, seemed to have seen the man at all. It was as if the overwhelming pressure he felt was a figment of his imagination. "Mo Shuyao," Tan Jiji said in a deep voice, but he completely ignored the pressure on his body and desperately flew towards the carriage not far away. The guards on the side seemed to have just realized that an unfamiliar man had appeared in the forest and hurriedly pulled out their weapons to meet him. Under the tree, the green-robed man frowned slightly. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with the situation in front of him. He took a step forward and passed through the guards like a flowing cloud. His wide sleeves carried a bewitching bloody light as he also headed for the carriage. He stood farther than Tan Jiji, and his movement seemed slower than Tan Jiji's, but he hadn't arrived much later than Tan Jiji. Just as Tan Jiji reached out to grab the curtain of the carriage, a silver light flashed and a cold silver radiance slashed towards his hand that was reaching towards the carriage. Tan Jiji gritted his teeth. "Mo Shuyao." At this moment, he didn't have the energy to think about why Mo Shuyao would appear here. The only thing he could think of was to defeat the man in front of him. However, this was extremely difficult. Mo Shuyao was known as one of the 4 great experts in the world. Today, Mu Qingsong had always been known as the true #1 expert in Chu State. After his attack failed, Tan Jiji flew back and roared, "Release the arrows." The forest was quiet, but there wasn't the expected sound of arrows piercing through the air. Tan Jiji's expression changed slightly. He stared closely at the green-robed man in front of him. However, he saw that Mo Shuyao didn't even look at him. He turned around and lifted the curtain of the carriage behind him. He looked at the woman in the carriage with a gentle and warm smile. "Li Li, I've come to take you home." "Shuyao." In the carriage, Yi Li stared blankly at the green-robed man who was smiling and reaching his hand out to her. The faint setting sun shone through the forest and onto his body. Through the faint light, Yi Li could clearly see that his face was even paler and thinner than before. She didn't know why, but Yi Li felt her heart ache. Before she could stop it, sparkling tears had already fallen from the corners of her eyes. Looking at the graceful woman in the carriage, His gaze fell to the tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Mo Xiaoyao's gaze suddenly became a bit panicked, but he still stubbornly reached his hand out to Yi Li. Is Li blaming Xiaoyao for coming too late? Yi Li's eyelids trembled slightly. Only then did she realize that she had already shed tears. She quickly wiped them away and reached out to the man outside the carriage. Mo Xiaoyao carefully carried her off the carriage, but he was unwilling to let go. It was as if the person in his arms would disappear as soon as he let go. Raising his hand, he gently lifted Yi Li's disguised face. It was still gentle and beautiful, but it was a bit different from her usual elegant face. Mo Xiaoyao took out a handkerchief from his chest and carefully wiped away the makeup that was covering her elegant face, revealing the originally familiar and beautiful face. Li, looking at the person in his arms, Mo Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with gentleness and love. Li, I will never let you leave me again. Yi Li raised her head and was immediately met with those gentle and loving eyes. She suddenly felt that the cautiousness she had these days had disappeared without a trace. She just wanted to rest quietly in the man's arms. Gently nodding, she said, "And we will never be separated again." Yi Li sighed softly. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, and he carefully held her in his arms. His handsome chin rubbed against her slender shoulder as he smiled and said, "All right, it's a promise. We will never be separated again." Tan Jiji, who had been ignored, stared at the arrogant man and woman in front of him with an ugly expression. But when his gaze fell on the bodies of the guards who had fallen not far away, the anger in his eyes was quickly suppressed by him. The guards who had been secretly following them had not reacted yet. It was obvious that they had been controlled or eliminated before they had noticed. And just now, Mo Xiaoyao had arrived first, and even effortlessly got rid of several guards who were blocking his way. Just the skill alone was enough to make him arrogant. Tan Jiji had never underestimated Mo Xiaoyao and Dingguo Manor. Otherwise, he would not have carefully hidden behind Mo Jingqi for so many years and secretly manipulated everything, because he knew that once he exposed himself, what awaited him would be a fatal blow from Mo Xiaoyao. Chapter 403. Su Zudi, this slut. At this point, he was even calmer. Whether he was willing or not, he had to admit that Su Zudi had betrayed him. Behind his back, Tan Jiji clenched his fists tightly, thinking quickly about how to escape. This subordinate greets His Highness and Her Highness. After Qin Feng and the others dealt with the guards that Tan Jiji had secretly arranged, they waited in the dark for a long time, but they still didn't see the prince and princess consort summons. They couldn't bear it anymore and had to show themselves. Moreover, as they wished, they received a sharp glare from Mo Xiaoyao. Subordinate greets prince and princess. There were many people scattered in the forest, and they all saluted the two people. They seemed to be standing casually, but they completely blocked Tan Jiji's escape route. Seeing this, Tan Jiji's face changed and finally calmed down. Taking a step forward, Tan Jiji smiled and said, "Subordinate greets Prince Ding." Mo Xiaoyao seemed to have just noticed that there were outsiders here, and gave him a little bit of attention. Glancing at Tan Jiji, who bowed, Mo Xiaoyao asked faintly, "Lord Tanyu, where do you want to take Ai's princess?" Tan Jiji's heart sank, and he couldn't decide whether he should take a gamble or not. If he won the gamble, maybe he had a chance to leave here safely. But if he lost, no, if he didn't take this gamble, he wouldn't be able to leave here alive today. And looking at Prince Ding's expression, it didn't seem like he knew about that matter. Soon, Tan Jiji had made up his mind, and he cupped his hands and smiled apologetically. It was indeed a moment of greed that made a mistake. Since Prince is already here, this subordinate also congratulates Prince and Princess for a family reunion. Today's matter, I ask for Prince's forgiveness. Forgiveness? Mo Xiaoyao's smile was very faint, but it made people feel cold in their hearts. Nodding slightly, he said, "I remember that Lord Tan almost took away Ai's beloved princess, and I'm in a bad mood. If Lord Tan is hurt in any way, please forgive me, Lord Tan." After saying that, he seemed to have lost all interest in Tanjiji. He waved his hand and said, "Take him away and kill him." Tanjiji's heart tightened. He hadn't expected Mo Shuyao to be so decisive. A thought flashed through his mind, and he said, "Prince Ding, don't you want to know what His Majesty thinks?" Mo Shuyao sneered, and lightly spat out a few words, "Qin Feng, kill." With that, he bent down and carefully carried Yi Li and turned to leave. Yi Li fidgeted uncomfortably as she was picked up in front of so many people. Mo Shuyao smiled faintly and said, "Li Li, don't move." Yi Li frowned slightly, faintly feeling that there was something wrong with Mo Shuyao, but she couldn't tell what it was. But when she met his gentle eyes, she didn't know why, but she couldn't say anything. She could only let him hold her. Tanjiji saw that he was about to leave, and knew that once Mo Shuyao and Yi Li left, he would die. Looking at Yi Li, who was in Mo Shuyao's arms, Tanjiji suddenly said, "Princess, don't you want to know how to cure Prince Ding's poison?" Yi Li was startled, but Mo Shuyao didn't seem to care, and walked out of the forest. Tanjiji said loudly, "Princess, do you really not want to know where the falling jade flower is? Or do you think that the ice-fire lotus can cure Prince Ding's poison?" Not many people knew that Princess Ding was secretly looking for the falling jade flower, and that she had a grudge with the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce's third master. Yi Li was startled and said, "Qin Feng, take him back." Mo Shuyao snorted, but didn't refute Yi Li's words. He carried her and walked out of the forest without looking back. Qin Feng and the others who were left behind watched Mo Shuyao's departing figure with ugly expressions. They hadn't even been able to say a word to Princess before they were taken away by Prince. But these days, they had been in an extremely delicate and dangerous atmosphere, and no one had the guts to stop Mo Shuyao and say anything important or unimportant. Waving his hand, he had people take Tanjiji and shoo Manlin away. Qin Feng looked at Mo Hua, who was standing to the side with a hesitant expression, and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Hua said in a low voice, "Prince's body." Today was the day of the full moon, and in the past few months, Prince's illness had been acting up more and more seriously. Last month, on the day of the full moon, it started acting up at noon. According to Xin Yang's guess, Prince was definitely not feeling well now. But now, Qin Feng looked in the direction that Mo Shuyao had left in, and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It should be fine, right?" When it acted up, there was nothing else but pain. With Prince's willpower, there was basically no danger to his life. Moreover, any medicine was useless, so it didn't matter where Prince was now. The most important thing was that no one dared to disturb him now. "I'll get people to protect Prince and Princess's safety." Mo Hua nodded. Although this was originally the responsibility of the Shadow Guard, Mo Hua also admitted that Qi Lin was better than the Shadow Guard. Leaning in Mo Shuyao's arms, Yi Li suddenly felt a sense of peace that she had never felt before. These days, although she appeared calm and composed on the surface, it was very inconvenient for her to move around after being pregnant for a few months. How could her heart really be at ease? Especially when he was with Tanjiji. Every casual joke he made was carefully calculated and considered. Now that she was completely relaxed, a wave of sleepiness suddenly surged up. Leaning against Mo Shuyao's chest, she felt a little drowsy. "Shuyao, where are we going?" Mo Shuyao lowered his head to look at her half-closed eyes and smiled gently. "Sleep if you're tired." Yi Li shook her head, forcing herself to open her eyes and look at the road ahead that was getting more and more secluded. As long as one paid attention, they would notice that even Mo Shuyao himself did not have a fixed destination. He was just picking a secluded path and walking forward. Yi Li did not know where Mo Shuyao wanted to take her, but she could feel the rare stubbornness and determination in Mo Shuyao's eyes. Sighing softly, she said, "Shuyao, I'm a little tired. Let's rest for a while before we continue, okay?" "Tired?" Mo Shuyao lowered his head to look at her. As expected, he found that there was an unconcealable tiredness on her thin face, and there were faint shadows under her eyes. Looking around, Mo Shuyao tapped his foot and took Yi Li into the air. Stepping over the treetops on the side of the road, they flew towards the road on the opposite side of the mountain. Behind them, Qin Feng, who had silently followed, pulled back Imo Hua, who was about to use Qin Gong to fly over. Imo Hua turned back to glare at him in dissatisfaction. Qin Feng shrugged. Can't you see that the prince wants to avoid us, so he keeps walking forward? If we follow, the prince will still have to walk forward. Imo Hua silently stopped, frowning. The prince and Wang Fei's safety. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at the sky. He picked a flat stone to sit down on. The Mahist army is at the foot of the mountain, and the Shadow Guard and Qi Lin are in the middle. If assassins sneak in, we don't need to live. Let's jump down from here. Imo Hua was silent for a moment, and then silently sat down on the stone at the side. Qin Feng propped himself up on the stone and looked at the blue sky. He sighed in a good mood, so blue. Chapter 404. Imo Shuyao turned around to look at the other side. He hugged Yi Li and turned into an even more secluded path. Very quickly, he found a secluded and flat area. He hugged Yi Li and sat down. Only then did he smile at her and say, "We finally got rid of them." Yi Li was speechless. She finally understood what she thought was wrong. She had never seen Imo Shuyao like this before. In the past, Imo Shuyao would occasionally tease her. After he succeeded, he would proudly smile at her. But that smile was always gentle and confident. Even if it was gentle, it still made people feel strong and at ease. But now, Imo Shuyao's proud smile had a trace of willfulness and recklessness. "Shuyao, what's wrong?" Yi Li frowned. She raised her hand to touch his pale face. "Sorry, I made you worry." Imo Shuyao buried his face in her hair and said in a muffled voice, "Li, I want to kill them." Yi Li was stunned. "Them? Who?" "Everyone." Imo Shuyao's voice was filled with killing intent. He tightly wrapped Yi Li in his arms and said, "Kill everyone. Those who hurt Li Li, they all deserve to die. And those eyesores. I only want Li Li, everyone else can die." Yi Li's heart trembled. She slightly pushed Imo Shuyao away with trembling hands. She lifted his face that was buried in her hair and looked at Imo Shuyao's face that was still filled with killing intent and ruthlessness. Imo Shuyao also saw his own appearance in her eyes. The gentleness that he once pretended to be was completely gone. Actually, Imo Shuyao had never been truly gentle, and he had never felt that there was anything wrong with it. However, in Yi Li's eyes, he was undoubtedly ugly. His mask was easily removed by Yi Li, revealing the hideous scar on the left side of his face and the remaining murderous aura on his face. He didn't look like the gentle and cold prince that people usually thought of. Instead, he looked more like a life-reaping Azura from hell. "Li Li, are you afraid of me?" Imo Shuyao stared at the woman in his arms. His voice was filled with a trace of grievance and fragility, but the arrogance on his face only grew stronger. His gentleness, indifference, and wisdom had always been a pretense. The real Imo Shuyao had always been someone who made a clear distinction between love and hate and acted recklessly. The Imo Shuyao of the past rode his horse around the capital in high spirits, using the long whip in his hand to punish the hedonistic scoundrels, and above, to punish the descendants of the imperial family. The treasured sword in his hand would slay gods and Buddhas if they tried to stop him. But the current Imo Shuyao, without that pretense, was covered in wounds, and his heart was filled with resentment and killing intent. He was no longer the fiery and bright youth from before. He didn't know if he should be happy that Li hadn't seen his former high spirits, or if he should hate himself for only being able to give her this imperfect version of himself. "Li, what nonsense are you saying?" Yi Li sighed. She sat up and gently placed a kiss on his lips. She didn't know how the man in front of her had spent these past few months, but she clearly knew that his worry, pain, and resentment were all because of her. Hugging his neck, Yi Li seriously looked at him and said in a low voice, "Shuyao, no matter what happens, I won't leave you." "Here." She gently placed his hand on her round belly and said in a soft voice, There is already our baby here. Xiao, very soon we will have a complete home. Mo Shuyao was stunned. In fact, from the very beginning, he hadn't noticed the child at all. Fortunately, he was too careful when holding Yi Li, so he didn't hurt the child. He stared blankly at his hand's already very big belly and felt the gentle movements of his hand from time to time. Mo Shuyao frowned. He once again held Yi Li in his arms and said unhappily, I hate children. Li, I only want you. Yi Li blinked. Looking at the man in front of her who was acting like a child, she couldn't say a single word of anger. Mo Shuyao never hated children. When they were in love, he had also looked forward to the arrival of a child. Very quickly, Yi Li understood why he had such a reaction. It was because she was pregnant and couldn't move freely, which caused them to retreat slowly. Mo Shuyao blamed her falling off the cliff on the child. She helplessly comforted the man who rarely threw a tantrum. I love him. He is our child. Mo Shuyao's body slightly stiffened. He raised his head again and stared at her. Yi Li looked at him with a puzzled expression and softly said, What's wrong? Mo Shuyao pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He just stared at her without letting go. Yi Li helplessly sighed. It was hard to guess the thoughts of a man who was throwing a tantrum. Mo Shuyao looked at her for a long time. His gaze moved to that round belly, and his eyes were filled with anger and jealousy. Yi Li was stunned. Thinking back to what she had just said, she couldn't help but smile. She reached out and raised Mo Shuyao's face to face her. Yi Li softly smiled and whispered in his ear, Shuyao, I love the baby because I love his father more. Do you understand? In an instant, it was as if spring had returned to the earth. His originally gloomy eyes were filled with gentle starlight. Mo Shuyao lowered his head and fiercely kissed those sweet lips. He had never felt that there were such moving words in the world. He couldn't help but want to drown in them and never wake up. Li, I love you. Mo Shuyao will only love Li alone in this life. Yi Li raised her hand and hugged his shoulder. She responded to this long-awaited kiss. I know. I also, under the evening sun, on the quiet hillside, the two people who had been separated for a long time exchanged their love and longing for each other. Their lips and tongues intertwined, and their breaths became one. Mo Shuyao tightly held the gentle woman in front of him in his arms. Li, no one can take you away from me. Shuyao, the evening breeze gently blew, bringing a trace of coolness to the hot summer day. Yi Li opened her eyes and looked at the man who was hugging her and sleeping soundly on the hillside. She couldn't help but smile. They were both too tired. Two adults sitting here actually fell asleep without any warning. If their enemies knew about this, who knew how they would wring their hands and sigh? As soon as she moved, Mo Shuyao immediately opened his eyes. Li? Yi Li comforted him with a faint smile. It's okay. If you're tired, then rest for a while. We'll go back later. Since it was already so late, it didn't matter if it was a little later. Mo Shuyao still frowned even in his deep sleep. Yi Li's heart ached slightly. Mo Shuyao closed his eyes again. He buried his face in Yi Li's arms and breathed in the familiar fragrance. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The familiar pain gradually spread from his leg to his entire body, but he didn't want to pay attention to it. Only after a few months did he realize that the monthly pain was nothing at all. Sometimes he even looked forward to that kind of pain, because only when he was in that kind of intense pain could he ignore the endless darkness and coldness in his heart. Only then could he suppress the crazy thoughts that wanted to destroy everything in his heart. Right now, it was very good. Yi Li lowered her head and gently flicked the leaves that fell on his shoulder. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his black hair. Yi Li's hand paused for a moment, and her fingertips trembled slightly. She carefully touched his hair, and a wisp of gray leaked out from his jet-black hair. She raised her hand and gently stroked his hair. Her fingers were gradually dyed with a faint black color. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, like a broken string of pearls sliding down her cheeks. Chapter 405. Li. Imo Xiao called softly. It's fine, sleep. The wind is very comfortable, Yili said with a light smile. Drops of glistening tears fell silently and soaked the back of her hand. Ryong City was filled with joy. The reason was that Princess Ding, who had been missing for more than half a year, had returned safely. Not only had Princess Ding returned safely, even the 7-month pregnant little Shitzi was also safe in Princess Ding's belly. All of Ryong City was bustling as though it was a festival. Everyone knew that Wang Fei, as a woman, had led an army of 200,000 to fight against Genom of Gojoseon of Xiling, and had almost wiped out Genom of Gojoseon's army. Now that Wang Fei and the little Shitzi had returned safely, wasn't the heavens protecting His Highness Prince Ding? In this kind of chaotic world, the common people rarely had the time to pay attention to the teachings of the saints. Whoever gave them a peaceful life, they would love and support that person. Now that the Dechu state was in chaos, the Northwest, which had been the first to experience the chaos of war, had become a place of peace. Most of this was due to the efforts of Wang Fei. Thus, Princess Ding's return naturally made the people happy. At the same time, it gave them more confidence in the future of the Northwest. Amidst the celebration, the governor's fu in the center of the city was still silent. Even though everyone's faces were filled with joy, this was still not the time to celebrate. In the bedroom, Yili sat by the bed and looked at the pale-faced man who had fallen into a deep sleep. She felt waves of pain in her heart. Xinyang carefully removed the silver needles from Mo Shuyao's body and retreated to the side to wash his hands. Yili asked worriedly, "Mr. Shun, how is Xiuyao?" In the afternoon, Yili had jumped in fright. Mo Xiuyao, who had been fine, had suddenly fainted and even showed signs of bleeding from his 7 orifices. Xinyang looked at Yili and comforted her. "Wang Fei, don't worry. The prince is fine for now. It's all because of me that I forgot today's date." How could Prince? Yili had been in the mountains for a few months, and there had been no sun or moon for a few days in the imperial mausoleum, so she had forgotten the time. She didn't expect today to be the day of the full moon. Xinyang said, Prince only used the pulse-cutting technique to seal off the pain. However, the pain during the full moon was not something that could be suppressed. Prince forced himself to do so naturally he couldn't avoid some internal injuries. Fortunately, we discovered it early, so it's not a big deal. Yili frowned and said, I've seen Xiao Yao's appearance when he flares up, but it's different this time. Mr. Shun, did something happen to Xiao Yao? Please tell me the truth. Xinyang sat down opposite her and said, Princess, please calm down. These few months, Prince has been much calmer. Not long after, the outside of the courtyard became noisy. Yili could faintly hear the voices of Han Mingxi and the others. When they returned last night, it was already nighttime. Because Mo Xiuyao was still unconscious, they only called for Xinyang to treat him. They didn't see anyone else. It was no wonder that Han Mingxi and the others came to make a ruckus early in the morning. Yili sat up helplessly. Before she could say anything, Mo Xiuyao also sat up. However, her face was so gloomy that it was frightening. They didn't summon any serving girls to serve them. The two of them slowly tidied up. By the time they left, the outside was already noisy. However, the shadow guard was very diligent in blocking the entrance. No matter how anxious the people outside were, they couldn't enter. Looking at the angry Han Mingxi standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Yili smiled faintly and said, Mingxi, I heard your voice early in the morning. What are you making a ruckus about? Suddenly hearing Yili's voice, Han Mingxi was startled. He quickly turned his head and saw the girl in green standing at the entrance, smiling faintly. He couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. Junwei! For a moment, Han Mingxi didn't care about anything else. He rushed towards Yili. However, although Han Mingxi's Qinggong was known as the best, there was someone faster than him. Mo Xiuyao, who was beside Yili, didn't give him a chance to get close. He blocked Yili behind him and mercilessly sent a palm strike towards Han Mingxi. Han Mingxi jumped in fright. He flipped in midair and retreated a dozen steps to avoid the palm strike. Emo Shuyao, you lunatic, what are you doing? The people around couldn't help but secretly sweat for Han Mingxi because they could clearly see how scary the man in front of them was. Emo Shuyao didn't say a word. He moved forward and sent a few palm strikes towards Han Mingxi. Han Mingxi's martial arts were mediocre to begin with. How could he be a match for Emo Shuyao? He immediately scrambled to dodge. Fortunately, his Qinggong was the best in Jianghu. Otherwise, with the strength and ferocity of Emo Shuyao's palms, it was hard to say what the consequences would be. Chapter 406. Shuyao, what are you doing? Yi Li sighed helplessly. Was this considered being angry after waking up? In the past, she didn't realize that Emo Shuyao would directly attack without saying a word. Emo Shuyao's body paused. He raised his eyes to look at Han Mingxi, who didn't dare to come down from the treetops. He said coldly, Han Mingxi, I said before, be careful of your little life. Han Mingxi's heart jumped. Everyone else was standing behind Emo Shuyao and didn't know, but he saw everything clearly. Emo Shuyao's eyes flashed with genuine murderous intent as he stared at her. Just now, Emo Shuyao wasn't venting his anger on him. He really wanted to kill him. All right, Yi Li slowly walked to Emo Shuyao's side and pulled down his hand to hold it tightly. She had been a sniper in her previous life and was very sensitive to the environment and atmosphere. How could she not detect the murderous intent in Emo Shuyao's words? She patted the back of Emo Shuyao's hand comfortingly. Feeling him relax, she raised her head to smile at Han Mingxi and said, Mingxi, long time no see. What are you guys doing so early in the morning? Han Mingxi rubbed his hair and grimaced. Apologies, I heard that Wang Fei had returned yesterday, but it's so late. Yi Li nodded apologetically and said, His Highness and I are late and have kept everyone waiting. Only then did the people present come back to their senses and said in unison, This subordinate greets His Highness and Princess. Even though the court had already announced that Emo Shuyao's title had been stripped in Riyang City, not in the entire northwest region, the people seemed to have the same goal as they looked at the imperial edict. They still called Emo Shuyao Prince and Yi Li Wang Fei. Emo Shuyao didn't have any objections to this. If he didn't want to be prince, he would have to go through the trouble of thinking of a new title. Besides, he was already used to being called prince. At the same time, he was telling Emo Jingqi that if he, Emo Shuyao, wanted to become king, he didn't need anyone to confer him a title. Emo Shuyao's face was gloomy as he stared at his subordinates, causing their hearts to beat wildly. Ever since Wang Fei's accident, the prince's temper had become exceptionally unpredictable. Although he was still wise on important matters, his temperament was not as easy to get along with as before. Seeing his expression, everyone thought about it carefully and understood what the problem was. The prince and Wang Fei had been separated for a long time and naturally wanted to spend more time alone. It would be strange if the prince was happy that these people had come early in the morning to disturb his good dreams. They couldn't help but shoot resentful glances at Han Mingxi, who had just landed from the tree. The other half looked pleadingly at Yi Li, who was standing next to Emo Shuyao. Yi Li smiled slightly and secretly pulled Emo Shuyao's hand. Emo Shuyao snorted lightly and said, Forget it, Rise. Thank you, Prince Wang Fei. Everyone seemed to have been pardoned and hurriedly stood to give their thanks. After bowing, those who didn't have anything else to do hurriedly left. None of them were idiots. The prince didn't want to see them right now, so they had to be perceptive and make themselves disappear. Emo Shuyao looked with an unfriendly expression at the people who remained and said in a deep voice, What do you want? The leader, Feng Jiao, rubbed his nose helplessly. They really did have matters to attend to. Feng Jiao came forward and said, Prince, the news of Wang Fei's safe return has already spread. There will probably be news from the court very soon. We need to quickly come up with a countermeasure. In addition, the officials have reported that the people of the city are preparing to hold a lantern festival to pray for Wang Fei and the little Shitzi in order to celebrate Wang Fei's safe return. Will Prince and Wang Fei attend at that time? When the court was mentioned, Emo Xiaoyao's expression darkened even more. He snorted lightly and said, Emo Jingqi isn't that fast. Don't worry about it for now. If they send someone here, just chase them out. Feng Zhiyao shrugged helplessly and didn't say anything else. Qin Feng came forward and said, Prince, Wang Fei, we're the two people that were brought back yesterday. When Tan Jiji was mentioned, Yili hurriedly asked, Did you find the Lin Dafu that I asked you to find yesterday? Qin Feng nodded and said that Lin Dafu was slightly injured and was taken away by Tan Jiji through another route. They were probably planning on bringing him back to Jing. This morning they arrived in Riyang City. Does Wang Fei want to see them now? Yili thought for a moment and shook her head. She said, Have people take good care of Lin Dafu. He has had a hard journey. We'll talk about it after he's rested. Qin Feng nodded, indicating that he would make the appropriate arrangements. He glanced at Emo Xiaoyao, who was standing to the side, and continued, Tan Jiji wants to see Prince and Wang Fei. Yili naturally remembered why she had spared Tan Jiji's life yesterday. She raised her head to look at Emo Xiaoyao, and clearly saw the displeasure on his face. He smiled helplessly at her and said to Qin Feng, Later, I'll go see him with Prince. Emo Xiaoyao held Yi Li with one hand and swept his gaze over everyone's faces. Are you done? Zhou Jing and Lung Haoyu, who had wanted to speak, tactfully swallowed the words at the tip of their tongues. The prince looked at them with a threatening gaze. It wasn't an urgent matter. Since the prince didn't want to hear it, then they wouldn't say it. Originally, they had come early in the morning just to confirm that Princess Ding had returned safely. The past few months hadn't been easy. They didn't want to face that kind of prince again. Watching everyone leave, Yili sighed softly. She didn't know Emo Xiaoyao's thoughts, but they were already in this kind of position. How could they really abandon everything? Pulling Emo Xiaoyao's hand, she walked back to the small courtyard. Yili laughed softly and said, Go back and eat breakfast and rest. In the afternoon, can you play the guqin for me? The gloominess in Emo Xiaoyao's eyes gradually dissipated. Looking at Yili, his eyes were full of warmth and affection. Okay. Holding one of his arms, Yili smiled faintly. There would be a lot of things to do in the future. It didn't matter if she indulged a little after returning, right? In the afternoon, there was a faint coolness under the big tree in the governor's residence's backyard. Yili leaned on the beauty chair and leisurely flipped through a scroll. Emo Xiaoyao sat lazily beside her. He leaned against the chair and buried his head in Yi Li's side, closing his eyes to rest. Obviously, if Yi Li wasn't pregnant, he would probably sleep on Yi Li's lap. Yi Li didn't mind. She held a scroll in one hand and put the other hand on his back, gently patting him from time to time. Feng Zhiyao walked in and saw this warm and tranquil scene. Seeing Emo Xiaoyao's peaceful sleeping face, he suddenly regretted disturbing their peace. But he had no choice but to come in and report the situation. Yi Li also saw Feng Zhiyao's hesitant appearance at the door. She smiled faintly and nodded at him. Feng San, let's talk. Feng Zhiyao walked over. He carefully glanced at Emo Xiaoyao, who was leaning against Yi Li. He saw Emo Xiaoyao open his eyes and look at him. Just when Feng Zhiyao thought he was going to say something or chase him out, Emo Xiaoyao closed his eyes again. Feng San, what's the matter? Seeing Feng Zhiyao look like he had seen a ghost, Yi Li smiled and put down the scroll. She picked up the fan at the side and gently fanned Emo Xiaoyao. Emo Xiaoyao seemed to be very satisfied with this. He gently rubbed against her leg, and his entire body relaxed. Feng Zhiyao looked at Emo Xiaoyao, who had his eyes closed. He didn't know if he was asleep and said in a low voice, Wang Fei, someone from the court has come. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.